Welcome to the live broadcast for PDRA ProStars and Night of Fire. We are live from Virginia Motorsports Park in Petersburg, Virginia. You're watching this broadcast on FloRacing.com. Today's live broadcast is brought to you by Maxima. With a wide variety of weights, sizes, and specific applications, each with their own special additives for maximum performance. Maxima knows what it takes to keep your machine at the front of the pack. We offer a special thank you to our live stream sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Win Light Bets.
Good. I'm wiggling for a few minutes trying to move my screen into the shade, but I'll quit wiggling this camera in a second. I just like this one because one, it's got a handle, and two, it's with grip size.
Paul Curry comes up next on the right-hand side. The Super Street Chevrolet Nova. And Preston Tanner here left side. The Strange Engineering Corvette out of Rensselaer, Indiana.
All right, your attention to the pit area, please. We have a Summit Racing Equipment parts call. Summit Racing Equipment parts call. The Zuccarelli camp is in need of a MSD crank sensor, the larger style. The MSD crank sensor for the Zuccarelli camp. If anybody can help them out, that would be greatly appreciated. You can stop down to Nicole's pit area. They are looking for a larger style MSD crank sensor.
Final call for the L&W Transmissions, Street ET. Final call for Street ET. We need you to stage in lanes 3 and 4 for your time shot. Pair of Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock machines going to test next. Jeremy Huffman on the right-hand side out of Catawba, North Carolina, the Patriot axe throwing machine. And Chris Powers, left side of the racetrack, the Camaro for Sonny's Racing Engines. Huffman 4:10 at 176. Chris Powers 4:14, 175. Great lap there for the Huffman camp. Ty Casper up next, the Victus Baseball Bats Ford Mustang on the right-hand side, Pro Street Machine. And Tommy Franklin, the Jungle Rat Camaro here on the left-hand side. Franklin with a 375 at 202. Ty Casper having some issues there on the launch. Bill Lutz up next in the Big Boost Camaro. Up to give it another shot. Had to be shut off the last time he came up. Had a little bit of a leak on that machine. Great pass right there for Bill Lutz. 406, 194 miles per hour. The Parkway Forward of Ricky Smith up next to make a test hit here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Pro Mod Ricky Smith behind the wheel. Top Fuel Ricky Smith comes up later on this evening. Ricky on a good one right here. 380 at 201. 973 down low. 2.574 through the middle.
Top alcohol. Where's this top fuel? Yeah.
Corey McCulloch up next on the right-hand side out of Columbus, Ohio. The 2010 Spitzer chassis for React 104. Safety support in McCulloch Manufacturing. All right, getting ready to roll out with our L&W transmission, Street ET. Jack, Colby, and Brian out there watching us on FloRacing. We appreciate everyone that tunes in. Time runs right here for L&W Transmission, Street ET. Ford versus Chevrolet Mustang on the right side. Monte Carlo here left side, Summit Lane.
So the street category, one-time run, and then they will go into eliminations tonight. Mustang having some issues out there. Was trying to find that second gear, and yeah, we're working on it. It's somewhere there. And the Mustang get on down to the atomizer side to a 19-second elapsed time. Not low ET the weekend there for the Mustang. 11:10.124. They're down the Summit Racing side.
Dale Farkas, the Camaro here on the left-hand side. L&W Transmissions Street ET runs quarter mile here at Virginia Motorsports Park.
Now, our next pair will head down to the top of the racetrack here at 12:40, 110 miles an hour to that 13:80.70 laps time. Continuing to work our way through the opening time run for our street category. They'll be throwing dial-ins on the side of these machines later in the evening. And we will also see time run for all of our categories. We'll have worst top alcohol.
Not so much a time run, but a shakedown run. The top alcohol dragsters will
have
qualify, and that's that's only to see who gets to call out who when it comes to first round of eliminations tomorrow. So, Derek, I think we found where all the fourth-gen Camaros ended up in the L&W Transmission Street ET category.
Yeah. So the bow ties side by side. Camaro action coming to the starting line. So the Atomizer scoreboard will light up first at 11:72 here, 115 miles an hour, 1473 and only 93. Down there on the Summit side.
I'll message later.
Yeah, look at the reaction time at 0:39. On the right side. Box body machine. Gonna run on down to a 13:20 laps time. 13:76, 101. And the Summit lane.
And next up, we have Nate Van Wagenen on the left-hand side in the Drag Illustrated sponsored Challenger. Nate, the big winner at the World Series of Streetcar Racing.
3-time world champ.
That's right.
Drag Illustrated, painted red Challenger over there. Sponsored by Enterprise. Avis. You name it. Hopefully it has a transmission when it goes back there on Monday. Oh, man, 22 to a 20. To think that Nate just sits behind the desk and writes stories all the time. He's out here killing it. Top end, 15:36, career best ET for Nate Van Wagenen. At 91 miles an hour, 13:09, 102 the speed. Here on the right side. And that will end our street category. A little track prep here will take place. Go back at it once again here. Day number 1 of the Summit Racing Equipment, PDRA ProStar.
Kyle, we forgot to pick a Street ET winner on the show this week, but we still have time.
Hey, Flow Racing fans! Wouldn't it be awesome if you could interact with live drag racing right from your smartphone? Winlight Bets is the all-new free-to-play game that's revolutionizing how fans engage with on-track action. Show what you know by picking the winner of head-to-head matchups, where every race is a new chance to win. Watch your name climb the leaderboard and win real cash and prizes for being a top points earner. Getting started is easy. Search Winlight on the App Store or scan the QR. Join the fun. Start playing Winlight Bets today.
Visit us on the web at magnafuel.com and like us on Facebook. Keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel. Sunny's world-class racing engines and components is the leader in track racing engines. Sunny's has 75 national and world records over the years and multiple championships. Sunny's builds engines for extreme pro sport, pro nitrous, top sportsman, top dragster classes, and background engines. Sunny's has engine components for engine builders throughout the world. Check out Sunny's new 5.3 wedge billet cylinder heads with water jackets and billet rubber intakes for all-out nitrous applications. All built in-house at Sunny's. If you want the best, then Sunny's is the choice. With over 53 years in business, Sunny's leads the way. We have a complete in-house facility for manufacturing our own parts and components. Our research and development is second to none. Sunny's Racing also offers on-site technical advice in all PDRA races. Visit our website at sunnysracingengines.com for all your racing needs. Winning performance, whether at the strip or on the street, is a passionate ProCharger. There are superchargers, then there's ProCharger. From 400 to more than 4,000 horsepower. ProCharger, leading the industry for almost 30 years with unmatched performance, efficiency, and innovation. Unmatched in the number of national championships and major events. ProCharger now has well over 200 national championships in the last 15 years. If you demand the ultimate in power hours, visit ProCharger.com. For more than 6 decades, ATI has been helping sportsman racers get to the other side. Rapid racing takes consistency, and you can count on that from ATI. Our advanced engineering, precision in-house manufacturing, supply you with American-made quality products. Our new T350 SFI-approved Super Kits and T350 components are now available. Power glide racers, we have a new billet aluminum carrier and gun-drilled output shaft for your 1.68 to 2.18 ratios to replace the OEM 40-year-old stamped steel carriers. Half a pound lighter and stronger. ATI is family-owned and has a staff of 70 people who work out of a 100,000-square-foot facility with 32 CNC machines. And we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. Performance is our passion, and we can make our passion your performance. Pack Racing Springs is the aftermarket and racing group of Peterson Springs, founded over 100 years ago. Pack Racing Springs, located in Southfield, Michigan, is an industry leader for valve train components, with one of the largest product portfolios in the industry. Pack Racing Springs can offer the best in-class current products and new game-changing products with our dedicated engineering team and fully accredited metallurgy lab. Additionally, we can test functionality and fatigue properties in our dynamics laboratory. Whatever your valve train application, manufacture our products in the USA. Please visit racingsprings.com or call toll-free 866-799-9417.
Vince Bricade here on the left side. 007 going by the Christmas tree. 443 at 158. Dragster 445 at 153. Scotty Wise here on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the 63 split-window Corvette Pro-Charge machine. And Robbie Crenshaw, the affordable Trans Oldsmobile on the right-hand side. Wise aborts mission. Crenshaw 453 at 156. Mark Reese and Tisha Wilson up next. Tisha in the dragster, defending world champion and most recent winner on the PDRA Tour. In Reese Motorsports Insurance, top dragster 32. Reese in the Ford Mustang backs up after his burnout. Tisha, 444 at 155. Mark Reese, 433 at 165.
Right lane's too big to be a gremlin, right?
JP Miller, left side of the racetrack at Afton, Virginia. The Beretta stops the clocks with a 447 at 159. 008 for the Malibu going by the tree, 583 at 119. Past world champion, left side of the racetrack. That's Dickie Smith, the Cool Shirt Systems Mazier Hoosier Racing Tire Dragster. Your current points leader in Elite Top Sportsman on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Donnie Urban out of Selma, North Carolina, the Nesbitt-powered 69 Camaro for Cohen Engineering, House of Pain, Schweitzer Dynamics. Tuned by Barker Max. Pro Wire, Holly EFI, on-board Urban's machine there, right side. In 3 of 4 races, he's won 2 and runner-up in 1. Your current points leader in Magnafuel Elite Top Sportsman. .020 reaction time for Urban, goes to 391 at 180. A little bit down on mile an hour there for him. Dickie Smith, 033 reaction time, goes to 446 at 150.
Lost my angle. Give me just a second. I'm going to get adjusted. Should be good. Thank you. He was talking about how are you, sir? ND filter too hot?
All right, so a track check was completed out there. As heard a little pop and a bang out of Donnie Urban's Camaro a few moments ago. So our PDRA safety staff went out and checked the racing surface. They deemed it A-OK. So Joe Morrison straps in to the Nitro funny car that's getting ready to come out. So Joe crossing over with his NHRA competition license. He's licensed in Top Fuel Dragster. Getting his crossover license into Top Fuel funny car. Got to make 2 runs. And what a better time to do it than this weekend at ProStars.
Right there. Taking over.
So Paul Smith owns the funny car. And of course, Joe Morrison doing a little driving duties this weekend, behind the wheel up, getting you ready to come out here momentarily. As you will see, Top Fuel under the lights tonight at Virginia Motorsports Park. The only time that you will see Top Fuel here at VMP in 2023 is right here this weekend. So an action-packed weekend, to say the least, of the Summit Racing Equipment ProStars, in conjunction with the Night of Fire, taking place tomorrow. You look across there and you see Scott Palmer's machine. We're going to take some photos of that race car and debuting a brand new sponsor for PBR, the Professional Bull Riding Association. How cool is that? PBR gets involved in NHRA drag racing, and kind of not a like a just that's a perfect combination for Scott Palmer and PBR to team up together.
Yeah, because you think of bull riding, and that's pretty violent stuff, and then why not pair it up with Top Fuel?
And Scott, like all the crazy stuff he does, man, with the Nitro Pro Mod that he has, and a guy that's just bleeds drag racing.
Absolutely.
And has done this for so many years. Really cool to see a good guy out there get a big time sponsor, and I think you'll see some stellar runs out of Scott Palmer, the team, this weekend. Of course, like I said, debuting that new sponsor. And my
here
question
at,
is,
at ProStars, how cool is that?
I wonder
man?
if we can get Scott on a bull.
Oh, I'm sure he'd be in for it.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. To the body lowers. Joe Morrison's going to pull through the water box here in just a moment. You can smell the nitro in the air here at Virginia Motorsports Park. Scotty, you think about the variety of categories and cars that you will see here this weekend. I mean, we've got jets, we got top alcohol dragster, nitro burning combinations, we've got pro mods, junior dragsters, the sportsman racers that are here. It's literally something for everyone. It's all packed into one day.
Did you mention the concerts?
And then we have the concert stage is set up, a little bit new of a pit area format this year, and I think that's going to work out fantastic.
And you know, all the time you hear a can't miss event. You know, you guys can't miss this event.
This is truly the event.
One that you can't miss. I mean, any type of motorsports that goes down the drag strip, any type of category, they're here.
It's going to be a very nostalgia funny cars you'll see this weekend as well. So a lot going on. It all starts, of course, today, and the big show tomorrow. But right now, Joe Morrison's on the starting line, trying to go A to B. He's got to make 2 runs to get his crossover license and fuel funny car. Team will back away. You'll see the pre-stage bulb light up here momentarily. Joe's getting ready to turn that thing loose on the atomizer side. Here we go on the high side. Not a bad run. How about 4.276, 259 miles an hour. Joe is 341 to half track at 256, and you can see the car start to push over there towards the center line stripe a little bit, and here it labored over itself towards the other end of the racetrack, but that's what they were looking for, A to B. That is 1 of 2 runs that Joe has to make here today. So they'll head on back to the pit area and service that thing for the second run, and you will see a whole lot more Nitro later tonight under the lights here at VMP.
You need something? I have one. He doesn't. Might wanna go grab it.
L&W's Transmission Street ET. L&W Transmission Street ET for round number 1. We need you to the staging lanes at this time. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please.
So, Scotty, what we'll do, we'll go into Street ET round number 1. We'll knock out a few rounds of that category, and then at 8 o'clock tonight, we will have our shakedown run. We're going to have Pro Nitrous, followed by Pro Boost, Pro Street, Extreme Pro Stock, Pro 632, Super Street. Then we'll go into our elite categories, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. Then we will have a Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, followed by our Junior Dragsters, Street ET again, and then that is the time that you will see Top Alcohol Dragster. Their first round of qualifying will take place tonight. Had their chip draw early on in the afternoon, and so we have the matchups that you will see in Q1. And then we will end the night out, much with top fuel for those machines, at least to make a run. And, of course, Joe Morrison's going to make his second run in the Fuel Funny car. A lot of excitement, just kind of gearing up for tomorrow, giving you a taste of what we're going to see. But will be a action-packed Saturday, to say the least, right here in Dinwiddie.
Yeah, and don't forget, Ricky Smith going to make a pass tonight in one of those top fuel machines.
And I know that's been the talk. It's hit social media and it's went everywhere. It's viral. And but Ricky Smith, a true legend.
But hold on, before you need to finish that sentence. A true legend with doors.
With doors, yeah. I mean, a guy that's always, from Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod, NHRA Pro Stock. Ricky is drove so many race cars over the years, but he's never sat in a top fuel dragster. And so he's going to accomplish that this weekend. And what better way to do that than getting behind the wheel of Scott Palmer's
that's
top
going
fuel
to be
machine.
so cool. This, if you're not here, you're missing out. That's all I got to say about this weekend. Car number 406 in Street ET, you are the potential buy run. Car number 406, you are the potential buy run. Nate Van Wagen, if you have not heard, we have called Street ET. Street ET for Nate Van Wagen. We need you to the staging lanes. Car number 406, you are the potential buy run, so pull off to the side. L&W Transmission, Street ET. Staging lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1 of eliminations, please. Street ET, we need you to staging lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1 of eliminations. Lexi Tanner up here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Jason Harris on the right-hand side. And don't forget the Hot Rod Grill is open. Derek Beach, Jacob Gore up here testing out the menu. Big thumbs up. Go see Steve and the gang. Get yourself something good to eat. The absolute best food at any racetrack you ever go to right here at Virginia Motorsports Park.
Now there goes Lexi, top of the racetrack at 4.609, 121, clicking it off early. 368, 204, nice ADB run down the atomizer lane this afternoon.
Jordan Insulin, Extreme Pro Stock Machine here on the summit side of the racetrack, and Chris Reaney, the ATI Camaro right side out of Hickory, North Carolina.
Jordan Insulin coming out of Florida for Polk County Pro Stock. That's the black Ford Mustang you see on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And, of course, Chris Reaney, the ATI team, their 69 first-gen Camaro. Pro Nitrous entry, right side. Extreme Pro Stock Machine, left side. You know, what I like about testing is you get the different classes, the different combinations. They get to go up against each other. So you'll see a Pro Boost car versus a Pro Nitrous car, just like this, a Pro Nitrous car and a Pro Stock Machine. So the variety of different classes, they all kind of get combined together. And that's really where you see the performance differences. Is we've talked about this before. If you're a fan sitting in the stands and you're not very, versed in each of our classes, things can kind of seem the same. But when you start to, intermingle the classes, interchange them, you see that, hey, an Extreme Pro Stock car, it's going to go 14s most likely. Chris Reaney's car, that's a 360, 370 player in the heat of the day. Naturally aspirated with a clutch on the left side. Automatic machine over there on the right side. Big cubic inches with a whole lot of nitrous for Chris Reaney. Reaney's car has the front end hiked in the air. He clicks it off, 423, 132. As Jordan Insulin runs through the gears at 4.157, 175 the speed.
Derek, you talked about diversity in our classes. I think this just about exemplifies it the best right here. The Pro Boost machine on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Ken Cortuccio, the serial killer Camaro. And here on the left-hand side, the pizza cutter tires of Matt Shallow's machine that runs in Super Street. So Cortuccio looking to drop it down into the 60s right here, the 360s. Matt Shallow. He'll be hoping for, what do you think, Derek, about a 470 run right here?
That'd be a very solid run out of Matt Shallow's Camaro. Cortuccio top of the racetrack. Look at the scoreboard, 367. As Matt goes 5 flat, a $148. That blue Chevrolet.
So two of the biggest personalities in their respected classes come up here side by side in testing. The Steady Eddie's machine, a world record holder, Melanie Salemi. On the right-hand side, the Pro Boost entry. Left side, the pumpkin of Jay Cox. Jay, of course, a Pro Nitrous hot rod. So we'll see similar elapsed times if both cars make the trip. Melanie utilizing a screw-blown 526 cubic inch motor. Jay Cox 974 cubic inches. Underneath the hood scoop of the pumpkin, utilizing nitrous oxide as a power adder. And good news, Derek. It appears that the lower level lounge is open.
Yeah, that's always a good thing, right at, well, 6:30. So they're a little late to get the doors open tonight. It's been a busy day at Penske. So Jay Cox, a lot of parts orders. Over there on the left side. He rolls to the pre-stage beam. Two of the fastest cars in their respected categories. Get to go head-to-head here in testing. Preparation for ProStars Saturday. Look at the front end hike for Melanie. Towards the wall she goes, brings it back. 375.8. So Lemmy had her hands full at 172. 377.202 the speed for Jay Cox right on down the summit lane. But Melanie's car did not set the front end down all the way past the 330-foot cone. Over the half the racetrack, that car was riding on the rear tires in the wheelie bars. Melanie, well, that steering wheel was ineffective. She was just holding on. And just a testament to the chassis setup and the racetrack itself, the car was virtually stuck in the center of the racetrack, all 660 feet there.
Defending event winner here on the left-hand side of the racetrack, Randy Weatherford, the WS Construction Chevrolet Camaro. And a man who has been absolutely destroying the competition. An M&M Transmission Pro 632 on the right-hand side. Jeff Melnick, the Greenbrier Excavating Camaro.
Look at Jeff Melnick dropping her to a 4:15 elapsed time. The Greenbrier Excavating Camaro, 171 miles an hour, a very stellar run.
Derek,
down the atomizer lane.
I think the best 632 pass we've seen all day has been a 22. So
yeah, that was a killer elapsed time for Jeff Melnick and everybody out of his camp. 371.203 on the left side.
Walter Lanigan up next, left side of the racetrack, and Chris Holdorf's rent-a-ride for DeWitt Custom Concrete. And Dane Wood, the Purvis Ford Mustang there on the right-hand side. Pro Nitrous versus Pro 632. And Derek, I didn't even notice. Did you see Melnick's reaction time on that last pass? 0:03. That'll get it done.
So Dane Wood has the red Ford Mustang sitting over there on the far side of the racetrack. And it's pre-stage ball blitz. They're set. Wood's car chatters the tires early on into the run. He clicks it off at 5:22, 431, 164. They're on the left-hand side.
It's like Dane's trying out some stuff. He is your defending event winner, though, in that Pro Nitrous category. So
now here comes the Ohio-based Camaro. That's going to be Dwayne Rice out of Grove City. Completes his burnout, single run. The Extreme Pro Stock entry.
So Dwayne Rice on the right-hand side, already an event winner on tour this season. Good looking pass for Rice. Top end 418 at 166 miles per hour. Team's got to be pretty happy with that. So now we're going to move into L&W Transmission Street ET. Summit Lane dials in at 1850, 1175 for the Mustang on the right-hand side. Quarter mile right here.
Yeah, a little streetcar, quarter-mile bracket racing on a Friday evening at Virginia Motorsports Park. That Mustang. Tree drops left-hand side first, and he turns it green. Waiting some more. And, well, there's a little bit of a difference in reaction times. Yeah, how about
2 days?
Yeah. How about 300 difference at the starting line, and he still wins.
Wow.
My man over here on the right side was 307 and goes 1177, 2 above, taking over a 10th at the stripe. And the Summit side was 007 and could not run the number. Goes 1896 on the 1850 and is no good. When you're, wow, 4.5 tenths above the dial, it's not going to be good. Next up, Camaro left side, 1389 to the 1170. Old school, new school Chevrolets.
Well, Derek, one's better than the other again on the reaction times, but we learned we can't judge it by that.
No kidding. Well, Summit side, it's going to go his way. 17 green, 1399, a 10th above at 96 miles an hour. The atomizer lane takes nearly a 10th. Down there at the top of the racetrack, breaks out 1165, the 1170 at 113.
I believe that's an Aspen here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. 1384 the dial, 1226 for the Camaro on the atomizer lane.
Now 36 to 152. The Camaro's behind, and this one's going to go left-hand side. 1390, 600 above at 92 miles an hour into round number 2 here in L&W Transmissions. Streetcar Friday.
Monte Carlo, Summit Lane, dials in at 1107, 1320 for the Mustang on the right-hand side.
Parachute on the back. It must be fast. What if he's going to pull the parachute?
Probably not. Just guessing, though. Probably the closest in reaction times we've seen so far.
Yeah. Now, of course, these guys are going off the bottom. No electronics here in the category, and it's going to go 1110 on the 1107 dial and 125 miles an hour. It takes out the Mustang 1327 off the 1320.
If you find yourself on the unfortunate side of the win light, you can buy back in here in race control.
$63 to a
Similar.
140.
Yeah, almost the same.
And brake lights there on the summit side, and there's the wind light. 1054 off the 1049, 120 miles an hour. Going to be moving into round number 2. The atomizer side, visit the buyback window. Tries luck out. Here comes Nate. Let me try that again. Nate Van Wagenen. 1532, the dial. In the old Dodge Challenger, takes on the 1465 dial for the Camaro. He turns it green.
Wow.
Nate.
Killed the tree.
Could be one up in the Van Wagenen family. Showing Allison how it's done on a Friday night. He is 193 and holding a lot. Look at that, the win light for Team Drag Illustrated and Hertz Reynolds Cars. 1549 on the 1532 at 89 miles an hour. His opponent was 364 up front and goes 1474 off the 1465.
All Ford matchup next, Derek. Mustang here on the left-hand side, the Summit lane. Dials in out of 1365. Ford Fairlane on the right side, 1309 the dial. Mustang doing the huck and buck on the launch.
PBR out there. So, 1,000 foot. Atomizer side starts to pull ahead. And it's going to be a win light, 1309, dead 4. Total package is 218. Moving into round number 2. Breakout there for the Mustang down the Summit side. Quick by 5 hun. 1360 off of 1365. So a little track prep is going to take place here at Virginia Motorsports Park as the sun tucks behind the clouds. Photo op is going to take place for Scott Palmer and that brand new sponsor, the Professional Bull Riding Association. Team PBR out there.
And don't forget buybacks. If you lost first round of Street ET, you can buy back here in race control.
Hey, FloRacing fans! Wouldn't it be awesome if you could interact with live drag racing right from your smartphone? Winlight Bets is the all-new free-to-play game that's revolutionizing how fans engage with on-track action. Show what you know by picking the winner of head-to-head matchups, where every race is a new chance to win. Watch your name climb the leaderboard and win real cash and prizes for being a top points earner. Getting started is easy. Search Winlight on the App Store or scan the QR. Join the fun. Start playing Winlight Bets today.
So as we said, we have just about every form or category of drag racing car here. I bet you've never seen a top fuel tractor. As it gets ready to line up next to the top alcohol dragster.
Hey, Bob. You may have to start at the tent and move your zoom to the water box, because sometimes the crowd will keep you from being able to walk to the tent. But see how it is. You're bigger than I am, so they get out the way.
.552 at 259 miles per hour. So a little bit of track prep, as Derek mentioned, and a photo shoot for Scott Palmer Racing here, right in front of race control, with his new sponsor, the PBR Professional Bull Riders, on board that machine. Good looking piece sitting out here. All sorts of folks out there taking pictures.
He's a $7 million bull rider. J.B. Mooney.
See professional streetcar racer Nate Van Wagenen out there checking out the racing surface. Round number 1 winner. Team Drag Illustrated out there getting a couple shots of Scott Palmer's machine.
Pilot pass in it. No, they're moving it around though. It's going over to the side. But if it's Ricky Smith's first one, there's going to be a lot of articles about it, so I just don't want to screw it up.
In the pit area, we need L&W Transmission Street ET. Street ET, we need you back for round number 2. First round winners in line first, and then buybacks. L&W Transmission Street ET, we need you back for round number 2, please. Staging lanes 3 and 4. Alyssa Tillman on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Chris Suppers, left side. L&W Transmission, Street ET, we need you for round number 2. Staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Street ET, we need you for round number 2 to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Tillman, 007 reaction time. Dead 3 on the 790 index. 791.7 for Suppers, left side. Ava Maloney, next up on the Summit side of the racetrack, and Alyssa Rabin, the pink bullet on the right-hand side. Identical elapsed time, both of them too quick, 7:88.2. Rabin was 0:28 going by the tree, Maloney 0:86. Caitlin Page next up in the Summit lane out of Forest, Virginia, the 23 Mike Boss chassis. And Ashley Franklin on the right-hand side out of Fredericksburg, the Franklin Electric 2020 half scale for SmartCom Home Technologies and Hoosier Racing Tire. Ashley, just a little bit too early. 007 red. 797.2. Caitlin Page, dead 3. 7.903. Final Pro Junior to test, Danica Miles out of Elgin, South Carolina, the Applied Imaging 2019 half scale. These Pro Juniors, they run on a 790 index. We've already seen a 790 with the 3, 790 with the 4. Can Danica lay down another 790 pass? 038 going by the Christmas tree. 794.0. Rowan Bartlett, left side, past world champion as we switch over to top junior dragsters. Donald O'Mara III on the right side, the Lucky Duck out of Clayton, North Carolina, the 2021 Mike Boss chassis for Birch Brothers Flooring. First Heritage, Seville Masonry, Quality Auto Group, Celtic Creamery, and O'Mara Realty. $891.3 for Rowan, $890 with the 0 for Donald. Gavin Wood on the right-hand side out of Chesapeake, Virginia. The Affordable Transmissions, 660 Race Car Technology, BHM Racing 2022 Mike Boss chassis. $890 with the 3 to a 9044 for Wood. Will O'Brien next up, left side of the racetrack. O'Brien out of Lewisburg, West Virginia, the Greenbrier Excavating 2021 Mike Boss chassis. L&W Transmission Street ET, you should be in the staging lanes for round number 2. Big red for Will O'Brien. Goes through an 1191 at 53 miles per hour. Back into our protesting. Ty Casper, left side of the racetrack, the Pro Street Machine for Victus baseball bats. Casper's Performance. And Derek Ward, the Pro Boost Camaro, pulls through the water box on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Casper in the Mustang, big time upgrades during the off season. Still trying to get that thing lined out. They seem to have it fixed. They'll go printing 401s. And then it goes to a little bit of trouble, it seems, and back to the 401s, 4 flat. So we'll see if they got her fixed up and ready to go this time. Ward looking to go down in the 360 range.
So Ward and Casper look at that Chevrolet Camaro clicking it off early at 380, 171 miles an hour. Early numbers were very solid, 965 down low, 251 to half track. Casper clicks it off at 544, coasting on through.
Chris Powers next up on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The Sonny's Racing Engine Chevrolet Camaro. And Ed, the Iron Man Burnley on the right-hand side. Ed got runner-up at this event last year. Trying to do one better this time. Burnley dancing around in a board's mission, 405 at 144. Chris Powers with a 413.8 at 175. Good lap there in the heat of the day. The Daddy Shark Camaro out of Havre de Grace, Maryland. Jim Halsey for Cecil County Dragway. Schweitzer Dynamics, Fulton Race Engines, Purnell Body Shop, and Yellow Bullet Nationals. Your 4-time reigning world champion backs up after the burnout there on the right-hand side of the racetrack.
Single run for Jim Halsey. Front end hiked up in the air, and he clicks it off just past the 330-foot mark. The Daddy Shark Chevy at 386, 161 the speed.
Brian LaFlamme backs up that beautiful 67 Mustang there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. LaFlamme with some tire shake. Dragster left side, how about a 382 at 189 miles per hour. 008 going by the tree. Tim Lawrence up next on the left side, the Chevrolet Camaro. And Tisha Wilson, defending world champion, behind the wheel of that dragster on the right-hand side. So issues there for Tim Lawrence and that Chevrolet. As you can see, the crew runs out to help push that machine back. Tisha Wilson waiting patiently there on the right-hand side.
Okay. Switching off with Joel.
So Wilson's 036 going by the tree, 445 at 154. Scotty Wise up next on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Ashland, Virginia. The 63 split window Corvette they call the Wise Guy. Pro Charger power. Patrick McMath on the left side of the racetrack in the dragster.
So McMath left side, Wise right side. You got that 63 Corvette, a split window entry. The classic car business for Scott Wise. Yeah, they've been drag racing for many years. Ran Top Fuel for quite a few of them. Now he's wheeling this Top Sportsman Corvette. Scott's going to go 406, 172 miles an hour. McMath at 540 at only 86 miles an hour. Clicked it off way early for him. And I believe that's one of the cars that's for sale in the McMath camp. So the Mustang out of Dinwiddie for Mark Reese. 2014 bodied Ford at 706 cubic inches strong. Burnout's complete, comes back to the starting line, Summit side. And Nicole Zuccarelli going to be alongside. They had that Summit Racing parts call early on in the day, and they got what they needed. Here they are, doing a little testing. Tree fires. Mark Reese lets go to be 23. Nicole's going to be 10. Top of the racetrack. Mark at 432, 165 this speed. Nicole Zuccarelli goes through at 465, 147.
Five-minute call for the staging lanes to close for testing. 5-minute call for the staging lanes to close for test runs. Dan Dietrich up next, the top alcohol dragster for Linex. Tito's Handmade Vodka, Noonan Race Engineering. Dan going to be a crowd favorite with that sponsor.
So the top alcohol machine on license runs. They'll guide him up to the pre-stage beam. A supercharged combination here. Team out of Titan Crane. Of course, Linex. Call home in Glenarm, Maryland. Very impressive numbers down low, Summit side scoreboard. 608, 139 miles an hour was 932 in the first 60 feet of the run, 241 to 330 and 361.5 at half track at over 204 miles an hour.
Round number 2 of L&W Transmission Street ET. Dale Farkas in the Camaro left side of the racetrack. He'll be dialed in at a 1398, 1176 for the Ford Mustang in the atomizer lane.
Oh, we're in there. Look at this.
Quite the difference from first round, right?
Who you got, Mustang or Camaro? Chevy or Ford battling it out. 1 thou separated at the starting line. At the other end, it's a dual breakout, and it give it to the summit lane. 1397 off the 98 under by 1 hun, as the Mustang gets there first by 21 thou and is under by 0.04 of a second. 1172 off the 1176. It's actually a pretty good drag race.
Another Ford versus Chevrolet matchup on the starting line. 1893, the dial-in for the Ford Mustang on the right side. 1052 for the Camaro here left side.
$21 thou too soon for the summit side. The atomizer lane has that wind light showing down there. Off the 1893 dial, it's going to be a 1973 elapsed time at 70 miles an hour.
Staging lanes are closed for testing. Staging lanes are closed for testing. Once again, the staging lanes are closed for testing. The Aspen on the left side of the racetrack dials in at a 1387, 1108 for the Monte Carlo.
$3 thou difference at the starting line, and at the top end, it's going to be 1110, 200ths above, at 124 miles an hour. That's the winning combination for the atomizer lane tonight. Summit side takes 54 thou to be under. 1183 off the 1187. Guiding him up to the pre-stage beam. Nate Van Wagenen left side. 1532 for the ET prediction on the window of the Hemi. 1164 for that 4th gen Camaro. Nate was supposed to lead before the green light turned on. He's looking over his right shoulder. Cars are moving all over the racetrack. You got to keep it straight, Nate. Is it going to be a wind light here? Nope. Nate Van Wagenen couldn't conceal the deal in round number 2. He's seen one wind light today. 1558 on the 1532. He was 118 green. He'll go back to writing a few stories tonight for Drag Illustrated. 1184 off the 1164. The 072 air for the Camaro.
Chevrolet Camaro left side, 1366 the Dow, 1309 for the Fairlane on the right side. Double breakout, Fairlane picking up the win, 1307 on the 1309.
Cade, gonna go 443 at a $1.58.
Pair of top juniors take to the water box. Chris Suppers on the right-hand side of the racetrack, defending world champion. And pro junior, my apologies. I've got the junior dragster expert in my ear up here. Ashley Franklin helping me out. And Ryan Harris, the Mountain Tire Machine, left side of the racetrack, 790 the index. L&W Transmission, Street ET, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Street ET, we need you to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. L&W Transmission, Street ET will take you to staging lanes 3 and 4. Lexi Tanner. Paul Curry on the right side. Super Street versus Pro 632. All right, in the pit area, 5 to 10 minute standby call for Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, WS Construction Pro Boost, presented by Tide Drive and P2 Contracting. Menser Motorsports Pro Street and Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock. You are all on standby. 5 to 10 minute call for Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, and Pro Stock. Matt Shallow, Super Street Machine, left side of the racetrack. .514 at 114 miles per hour for Shallow.
Your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. We're going to make our first class calls of the night. We need Pro Nitrous lanes 1 and 2. Pro Nitrous lanes 1 and 2. Pro Boost 3 and 4. Pro Street 5 and 6. And Extreme Pro Stock lanes 7 and 8. Once again, staging lanes are open for the shakedown run for Pro Nitrous lanes 1 and 2. Pro Boost 3 and 4. Pro Street 5 and 6. And Extreme Pro Stock lanes 7 and 8 this time, please.
Round number 3 of Street ET, brought to you by L&W Transmissions. Left side of the racetrack, the Ford Mustang dials in. $13.23, $11.64 for the Camaro on the right side. Once again in the pit area, looking for Pro Nitrous, staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro Boost, staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro Street, staging lanes 5 and 6. And Pro Stock, staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Be 86 total and no good. Monte Carlo left side dials in at 11.05, 14.70 for the Camaro. Red light start for the Monte Carlo. Camaro going to come around for the next round. Ford Fairlane on the bye run. Dials in out of 13.09. And goes a 13.09 with a 6. Pro Nitrous, we need you to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Nitrous, we need you staging lanes 1 and 2. Pro Boost, staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro Street, staging lanes 5 and 6. And Pro Stock, staging lanes 7 and 8, please.
Hey guys, Courtney Enders here. It is Friday. We are at the PDRA ProStars event. I've been so excited about this event all year for many, many reasons, but right now we're going to talk about one of the reasons that I just had to come here, and the reason we are streaming live tonight on FloRacing. Tricky Ricky Smith, the GOAT as we call him. We'll talk about this car here in a minute, but going to be doing something that you've never done in your career. At this point, it's got to be, we're getting down to the nitty-gritties
Once again,
of first,
looking
right?
for Pro Nitros,
Tell the
Pro
FloRacing fans
Boost,
what you're getting into tonight.
Pro Street,
That's a good
and Pro
question. You're getting
Stock.
hold
We
of
need
an
you to the
animal,
staging
I think.
lanes at this time, please.
I've run alcohol funny car one run. I've run some Busch Grand National, Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and I think this might be as bad as that monkey I fought back when I was in high school.
So you are going to be running Scott Palmer's Top Fuel car. Now, you've run in a Nitro funny car, correct? I believe you ran in Tony Bartone's, but this is a whole different ball game. Give us a little insight of how this came to fruition with Scott.
Yeah, Tony's car was an alcohol funny car. He had just run Bristol. He'd won it, and I did too. It was in the early 90s, like 91 or 2. We stayed over on Monday, and he let me make a pass, and I made a full run, and it was awesome. But this car here, I've sat in it now a couple times. I've got in and out of it with a helmet and all the stuff on. I'm doing good there. We warmed it up, and I run it through the process of reverse and forward and all that. So I think we'd be pretty good. You know, if I just would point the thing straight, I think we'd be all right.
Why are you doing this?
Why do I do a lot of things?
That's about the answer we wanted. So listen, guys, you are not going to want to miss this. Tonight, the run of events, the pros are going to be making their test hit here at the ProStars event about 8 o'clock. Do not get up off of that computer, off of that TV, because the GOAT, Tricky Ricky Smith, is going to be making his maiden voyage in Scott Palmer's Top Fuel car, and I'm going to meet you down there at the top end, so I expect some excitement.
Yeah, I hope it's exciting. Not too bad, you know, but pretty good. And like I say, we run at 8 o'clock. Scott's going to run his car right in front of us, so that's not going to be me. And then about 9:15, somewhere in there is when we're looking at me come back and make a pass in the other fuel car.
Perfect, guys. If you're a drag racing fan, you ain't going to want to miss this. We'll see you soon. Good luck, Ricky.
Thank y'all a lot.
So Tyler Crossnow putting the sticky down out there as we get ready to move into our pro categories. And Derek, what a treat we have first out.
Yeah, so we're talking about our pro categories, and well, right before our Pro Nitros category takes the racetrack for their shakedown run this evening, Scott Palmer is going to come out and make a little bit of noise with the Professional Bull Riding Association Top Fuel machine. And then it'll come back around later in the night. Ricky Smith's going to be behind the wheel. Well, Tricky Ricky, he's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to try something that I haven't done before. And, well, let's get it behind the wheel of Top Fuel.
From what I heard, Scott wanted to get in the car and make sure everything's lined out and ready to go.
So he'll do a little shakedown run here, and team will go back, service it. And
back here at Virginia Motorsports Park, man.
Yep, the one and only time that you'll see Nitro here at Virginia Motorsports Park in 2023. And we've got a whole herd of these machines with Top Fuel Dragster, Top Alcohol Dragster. We got Nostalgia Funny Car. We got a wheel standard tomorrow. And we got Jets. Whole list of PDRA competition. And, you know, a little bit of something for everyone.
Yeah. Concerts all throughout the day. Went walking around the pit area, man. What a layout we have.
So 8th mile racing, 1,000-foot racing, quarter-mile racing.
Whatever you like, we got it on the menu.
Yeah, all in one place this weekend. And the great thing about the ProStars event, presented by Summit Racing Equipment, is that really it's a one-day action-packed race. And, you know, a lot of teams have tested it today. You get that shakedown run if you want it. You're going to see Top Alcohol. They're going to come out tonight for their opening qualifying session. They've already done their chip draw. And then, of course, Top Fuel is going to end the night out. But tomorrow is the day to be here. And that is going to be something you won't want to miss. From start to finish, we'll end the night with fireworks. We'll be crowning our ProStars champions. But it is something that we have never done here at Virginia Motorsports Park, with all these different categories combined into one day. We have live concerts that you're going to have tomorrow as well. So, you know, you're going to be able to get out of the grandstands, walk around. Every ticket's a pit pass. You get it up close and personal with the Cars and Stars of the PDRA, and then you can slide over to our concert, and then right back to the stands. And there's going to be this format, how we have it set up. There's not going to be a lot of downtime.
No.
Where, you know, when's there going to be another good class coming back up? It is a entire day of the best drag racing that we're going to bring you here at Virginia Motorsports Park.
And we bring to you the best in the PDRA. You have to be in the top of the point standings to qualify.
Correct.
There's bonus points for whole shot wins. All sorts of stuff goes on in the points format for the ProStars category or series.
You know, each race, each and every PDRA national event is a race within a race per se, as it counts not only towards a world championship, but it counts towards ProStar points.
Absolutely.
So, a very coveted race to be here this weekend.
And history will be made. This is the first time ever that a 660 man will be handed out to a non-PDRA category, and that's going to be the top alcohol dragster class, and they're racing for the biggest purse that they will raise for.
$10,000,
Yeah,
10 grand.
big.
That's absolutely insane, and a kind of a invitation-only style event for our top alcohol competitors. And you know, I mean, these guys and gals in this category, they go all across the country. They show up at these races, and they're racing for, I mean, pennies on the dollar per se.
Yeah, that's what we'll say.
And that's the best way to put it. And to throw $10,000 at them, that is huge.
Absolutely.
And we have some very, very good teams that came out to compete head-to-head. And that's going to be very exciting to see tomorrow. And things will kick off tomorrow morning.
I believe it's at 9:30, isn't it?
9:30.
Yeah.
That's earlier than what I'm normally at the racetrack. So I'm hoping I'm here on time. I'm sure Judy's back there listening on that. She's like, oh, we're going to see if he's here at 9:30.
And an interesting format, too. I believe it's all chip draw when it comes time for eliminations for our
So you had the
PDRA
pleasure
categories.
last year. You did the chip draws up there on the Summit Racing Equipment main stage. And I believe we'll do that again this year. Each and every one of our qualifiers will get a special plaque, and we'll do our chip draw up there tomorrow. So a lot going on here at VMP this weekend. Final track prep taking place. Scott Palmer strapped in to his PBR Top Fuel machine. He'll take to the track very shortly. And how cool is that tonight? You're going to see qualifying under the lights with top alcohol dragster, top fueled in the night out. We've seen Larry Dixon roll in. His rig is here, so a lot of cool machines on the property.
You know, Derek, another thing that we haven't even mentioned is this track surface that Jimmy Bradshaw and Tyler Crossno bring to the table. You can ask any racer in our pit area. The PDRA track prep is second to none. And probably a little bit different than what these dragster guys are used to,
yeah. No, and we watched throughout testing early on in the day, almost every single alcohol car went right down A to B. We've seen 5:30 elapsed times at over 100 or 270 miles an hour, and that's in the heat of the day. It reached 90 today. Track temp well exceeded that, and these teams had no issues whatsoever getting to the other end under full power. So going to be pretty exciting to see what they can bring to the table tonight. With that sun going down, getting off the racetrack, cooler temperatures rolling in. And there's going to be some horsepower being made, low elapsed times. All things that we are very excited to see.
Hey guys, Courtney Anders, PDRA ProStars event, one-day event at Virginia Motorsports Park, going to be full of action. But again, we have got Scott Palmer here, NHRA fan favorite, races anything and everything. Everything looks good that you do too, but give us a little insight. This is something brand new for you guys.
Yeah, we just rolled this out. This car has actually just been redone by Dom Lagana. This thing was a bare chassis 3 days ago in Indy. And we went to Dom's shop, put the car together, loaded it up, got here. A friend of mine, Matt, he wrapped stuff, and he wrapped the car and did all the work on it. Just finished it up for a photo shoot, and we're just unveiling the PBR Top Fuel Dragster today. We're going to go out there and make us about a 300 or 400 foot run and check everything out, and then tomorrow we're racing.
Now PBR on the side of this thing, that's a really big deal. How did that come about for you guys?
You know, it's a weird deal. A bull rider from my hometown got killed on a bull a few years ago, Mason Lowe. And they come to our town and do a benefit once a year. And the bull riders come over and drink beer at my shop, hang out. We talk about race cars, talk about bull riding, and that's actually how it happened.
That is so cool. We're making worlds united. They think we're crazy. We think they're crazy. Going to be awesome. Congratulations on the new deal, and good luck with the new whip.
Okay, thank you. It's going to be fun.
Jesse's new sportsman roller lifters feature Jesse's proprietary bronze bushings. Join the bushing lifter available with Jesse's unparalleled precision and reliability. Starting with an 86-ton heat-treated and polished lifter, these tie-bar style roller lifters have a pressurized oil insert and share many of the components found in Jesse's Pro Series tie bars. Available for all popular blocks, the Jesse's Sportsman roller lifters are perfect for all but the most extreme engine packages. Learn more at jessel.com.
All right, so the track equipment comes off the racing surface. Scott Palmer comes to the water box. And we'll get ready to bring that machine you see to life. It is time for a little bit of Nitro here at Virginia Motorsports Park. And then we will follow that, of course, with Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost right behind them, and roll into Pro Street. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an action-packed evening on a Friday night here in North Dinwiddie. Yeah, you got to love the sound of a Nitro burning hot rod. Just nothing quite like it. Scott Palmer rolls through the water box, and the burnout is underway.
You said it, Derek. Nothing in the world sounds quite like a nitro burning machine. The smells in the air. And they just heard that up in Washington, D.C., I'm sure. This thing rattled the earth when it did the burnout.
Yeah, one of the coolest guys in the category in Top Fuel, Scott Palmer. Behind the wheel of that hot rod you see coming back to the starting line and the atomizer side. Scott, been in the game for quite a long time. Has been one of the lower budget operations. They've had some sponsors here and there throughout the years, but this is the first time that Scott really has landed something really, really solid, and very excited for that team. He's worked hard for it. PBR came aboard. They debuted their brand new sponsor right here this weekend. How cool is that? Really nice to see another entertainment brand come over here into drag racing. Intermingle. Bull riding and top fuel racing.
That's a mixture.
They mixed, yeah, somehow.
Here we go.
Scott has that pre-stage bulb lit. Let's see if it goes A to B or how far he's going to take it to the end. Knock the tire off before the 60-foot mark. Candles were lit for a second. Scott Palmer at 9 at 24, coasted on down to the top end. So we got the word, the track is ready to go. We're going to bring out our category of Pro Nitrous. Door Slammer, Pro Modified Drag Racing. Cars and stars of the PDRA take on the 660-foot race course. We talked about how we're going to switch up that finish line all weekend long. We went from 1,000 foot for Scott. Now we're going back to 8th mile for our PDRA competitors. Give them all a shot at the racetrack tonight.
Final call for Pro Boost, Pro Street, and Pro Stock. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. You're going to miss your shakedown run. Final call for Pro Boost, Pro Street, and Pro Stock.
So the engines come to life, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our first two drivers in the category. We're going to roll into the water box.
And our first pair, as Derek said, Dane Wood and Chris Reaney. Reaney on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Hickory, North Carolina. The Silver Bullet 1969 Camaro for ATI Performance Products. Charlie Buck providing the 959 cubic inch mill underneath the hood scoop. Chris's Automotive, L&R Auto Sales on board Reaney's machine. And Dane Wood left side, the Purvis Ford 2012 Mustang they call Escobar out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Affordable transmission, 660 race car technology. Donnie and Julie Wilson on board this Ford, backing up on the left side of the track.
Your attention to the pit area, please. Pro 632. We need Pro 632 lanes 1 and 2. Pro 632, this is your call to the staging lanes 1 and 2. They are open. Bring it on down.
Derek, Dane Wood, left side of the racetrack, was your event winner last year here at Virginia Motorsports Park in the ProStars race that we held.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
That was a monster weekend for Dane Wood and his family.
Yeah,
very, very special moment in time as they clinched a ProStars victory. Chris Reaney has been running strong overall this season with that ATI Chevrolet on the far side. Sun's off the racetrack. Track temperature starting to cool down. There's some power to be made. Well, Rainey chatters the tires and moves around. It's 385, 196 miles an hour. Dane Wood, his reaction times are absolutely outstanding. When that guy comes to the starting line, you know you cannot leave anything on the table. He might not have the fastest car in laps time, but he's going to give you all that you can handle. 008 and 385 at 196. A solid run, A to B there for Wood and the team. They're going to obviously go back to the drawing board for tomorrow and try to improve that elapsed time number.
And you know, Derek, interestingly enough, as we watched the day unfold in testing earlier, Wood had issues about every pass that he made. And then he comes out here as the sun sets and goes straight A to B pass.
So I would say the 85 number clearly was a soft tune-up to get the car, go under full power to the other end.
AFCO Racing Super Street presented by Menser Motorsports. Super Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Street, we need you to staging lanes 3 and 4. Tommy Franklin and Marcus Butner up next. Butner on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Tobaccoville, North Carolina. The Butner Construction 69 Camaro for Twin City Rebar with a big old Pat Musey power plant underneath the hood scoop. 974 cubic inches. Franklin left side out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. The Jungle Rat 1969 Camaro for Franklin Electric. SmartCom Home Technologies. And Rogers Automotive, another one of those Musey power plants in between the frame rails of his hot rod.
So Marcus Butner comes into Virginia this weekend on a hot streak. He parked that race car in the winner's circle just a few weeks ago at Maryland International Raceway up there in Budds Creek. Tommy Franklin, well, series owner, the owner of the racetrack, the owner of SmartCom Home Technology and Franklin Electric. A very busy guy, to say the least. This is the way that he relieves a little bit of stress, gets behind the wheel of these pro-modified machines. Tommy ran a nitrous combination for quite a long time. His Camaro set, tree fires. Tommy stays right where he's at, goes nowhere. Marcus going to go 379 at 174. Clicked it off early. Very uncharacteristic to see Tommy's car not go down the racetrack. So some kind of mechanical issue, I would say, and that's, top tier team. Best of the best parts, and I'm sure when they roll back to the trailer, it'll be something very simple. Usually how it goes on these things, a couple dollar part or something that just broke at the very last second. Cost him the run, but you look at it, it's a shakedown run. That's the whole point of go out and do a little testing.
If you're ever gonna have parts failure,
let's have it happen now, right?
Tonight's the night. Yeah. Elite Top Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. Elite Top Sportsman, we need you to staging lanes 5 and 6. Elite Top Dragster, we need you to staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Elite Top Dragster and Elite Top Sportsman to the lanes. Jay Cox, Jim Halsey. Jay Cox on the left side of the racetrack out of Smithfield, North Carolina. The 69 Camaro they call the Pumpkin for Butner Construction. Smithfield Collision. RJ Race Cars built that machine, and Pat Musey provides the horsepower. Jim Halsey, right-hand side out of Havana Grace, Maryland. They call that hot rod the Daddy Shark. 68 model Camaro. Schweitzer Dynamics, Fulton Power Plant, Purnell Body Shop, Yellow Bullet Nationals, PRS on board. The 4-time back-to-back champion and the guy everybody chases every race we have.
Correct. The winningest driver in PDRA history comes to the starting line here on the right side, Jim Halsey. And Jay Cox, no slouch whatsoever. I can assure you every time that Jay Cox comes to the starting line, he's swinging for the fence, whether it's testing, qualifying, or eliminations. Whenever you can get one up on Jim sitting over there on the right side of the racetrack, yeah, it means something. Even if it is just a shakedown run. So we'll see what these two cars will do here in this evening session of Pro Nitrous. Cox is set, Halsey's in, tree flashes, they're out in the way. Good numbers early on, side-by-side drag race to the top end, and we talked about Jay Cox throwing down big numbers. 368.1, 206 miles an hour. Look at the speed. Jim Halsey is going to go 369, trailing at 203.09. And Jay Cox, that is right where they want to be at. Very nice run. Left the starting line first, got to the finish line first. Smithfield, North Carolina, Chevrolet Camaro rolls back to the trailer on a solid note here this evening.
Next up will be Ed Burnley on the right-hand side out of Pasadena, Maryland, the Ironman 69 Camaro for Southwind Refrigeration. Ed, runner-up in this event last year. And Pro Mod Ricky Smith, left side of the racetrack out of King, North Carolina, the Parkway Ford 2022 Mustang for PD Fleet, Boss Buddy, Stockseth Racing, and a Pat Musey power plant. Underneath the hood scoop, 974 cubic inches. We'll see Top Fuel Ricky here in just a little while, but this is Pro Mod Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky will go from Pro Mod here to Top Fuel shortly. Ed Burnley, guy that I really like to see at each and every race. Burnley's Ironman Chevrolet sitting over there on the far side. Can always play an upset.
And Derek, how many times have you and I sat here and watched him take down the biggest names in the category?
When Ed Burnley comes to the starting line, you can never count him out. We've seen him qualify at the top half of the field. We've seen him qualify towards the bottom, and then on race day, turns his program around. Ed Burnley, you just never know.
It's funny that you say that because we see a lot of guys that are just ultra quick in qualifying and don't have a good race day program. Ed Burnley, he doesn't care where he ends up in the field. He's got a killer race day program in that Camaro on the right side.
Oh, Ricky's making a nice run down the summit side of the racetrack tonight. 378.2, Ricky Smith, 202 the speed. 385, 190 for Ed Burnley. Lifts a little early. But Ricky Smith, the guy who committed to the whole tour here in 2023 of the PDRA, makes his shakedown run this evening. You'll see him back up behind the wheel of Scott Palmer's Top Fuel dragster later tonight. Two more going to come into the water box, I should say, and we are going to switch gears and go into our category of Pro Boost.
Yeah, WS Construction Pro Boost presented by Tie Drive and P2 Contracting. Our first pair out, Rob Cox on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Carlton, Michigan. The Cox's Trucking 2017 Camaro for Type A Motorsports, Modern Racing, Elite Motorsports, Corrigan Oils, Noonan Race Engineering, and Pro Charger. On board that machine for Cox. Left side of the racetrack is Preston Tanner out of Rensselaer, Indiana. The 23-year-old driving the Sweetheart 2015 Corvette owned by Andy Tanner. Strange Engineering, Talbot Manufacturing, Manhattan Collision Center, and YO Motorsports. On board that machine. M&M Transmissions Pro 632, final call to the staging lanes. Final call for AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsports. And we need both elites, Elite Top Sportsman and Elite Top Dragster, to the staging lanes, please.
All right, Tanner. Final move to the beams, left side. The Corvette's ready. Side-by-side drag race. Watch the scoreboards here this evening. Rob Cox, 372.4. Preston a little quicker there at 3.717. 201 the speed. Preston Tanner, Rob Cox laying down solid runs here tonight at Virginia Motorsports Park. Getting ready to roll in to the big day on Saturday. Tomorrow's what counts. Ooh, how about this?
What a battle we have here in our shakedown run. Travis Harvey and Melanie Salemi. Salemi on the right-hand side, your current world record holder in the category out of Buffalo, New York. The Purple Rain side piece Steady Eddie's machine. 2019 Camaro for Ali Installations, Liberty's Gears, Quick Drive, Ross Pistons, and NGK Spark Plugs. And Travis Harvey, Team Galot on the left-hand side. The Carolina Kid, 69 Camaro. Proline Racing, Fuel Tech, VP Race Fuels, LAT Racing Oils, Pro Charger, and M&M Transmissions on board Harvey's machine. Both these cars have been #1 qualifiers on the tour already this season with the PDRA.
The Carolina Kid, Travis Harvey. Veteran behind the wheel of ProMod Machines. Teamed up with Galot Motorsports here in 2023, and they are proven to be reckoned with. Melanie Salemi, they have worked and worked for this. This car, you see sitting over there on the far side, has been absolutely stellar. Started about the second half of last year. That momentum has carried over into 2023. Two drivers battling for a world championship in Pro Boost. How low can you go? Travis set, Melanie's in. Lights are down. Travis is out of power. There goes Melanie. How about 3.630 for Melanie Salemi? The young lady in New York lays down a run here tonight.
Yeah, almost a full 1/10 of a second faster than anybody we've seen so far. And the neat thing about this is,
that car is it's in its prime. It's very, very happy. The tune-up that they have gotten is proving very well.
But you never know. You know, Preston's your second fastest so far. They could end up racing each other first round tomorrow with the chip draw. It's going to be pretty cool.
And I like that trip draw because it's not off of qualifying. It's a random draw.
And again, this is a qualified field. Had to qualify to make this event. This is basically your all-star showdown here in the PDRA. No entry fee, big purse. It's going to be a good time here tomorrow. Your defending race winner comes up next. Left side of the racetrack, that's Randy Weatherford out of Danville, Virginia. The WS Construction 2021 Camaro Pro Charger and Proline on board that machine. And Jason Harris on the right-hand side. The Pittsboro, North Carolina-based Party Time 69 Camaro owned by Jack Gaddy. Performance Auto, Sometime Racing, Hoosier Racing Tire, M&M Transmission, Napa Walker, or Walker Napa, let me get that right. Proline Fuel Tech and Pro Charger. Jason having a great season behind the wheel of that Party Time machine. But you can never count out the blue machine on the left side of the racetrack, Randy Weatherford. Proved last year that he could get it done in this event. So we'll see what they can lay down here on their shakedown run.
Oh, Jason's on a run here, 366.2, 204 the speed for that Chevrolet Camaro of Jason Harris. Of course, him and his dad Bob and their entire team within 300 of Melanie. 367.204 there for Randy Weatherford, the WS Construction entry. Right on down the summit side.
Another pair of Camaros pulls through the water box. Derek Ward on the right-hand side, the DNS Concrete. 69 Camaro out of Friendship, Maryland. And Ken Cortuccio out of Wallingford, Connecticut, the serial killer. 69 Camaro for Eastside Auto Transport. Proline, Menser, M&M, Carmack, Fuel Tech, Pro Charger. Cortuccio, one of the most consistent Pro Boost machines that we see on tour. From event to event to event. He always gets that thing to go A to B. And of course, that's the announcer's curse, right?
Usually how it goes.
Struggle this time, but
you'll talk somebody up, and then it doesn't go that way. Yeah, so Derek Ward, DNS Concrete Camaro, back to the starting line, right-hand side. We've seen him in testing today. Talked about Melanie, how she went 363. Jason went 366. Randy at 367. 3 drivers, all into the 60s. King Cortuccio. Well, you can definitely make it number 4. Car here on the left side. Very, very good throughout this season. Pair of first-gen bow ties. Coming into the pre-stage beam. Cortuccio and Ward. Final run of the night here in Pro Boost. Derek Ward mows the tree down. How about that? 369.4 for Derek Ward. Hats off to that entire team. King Cortuccio, 365.4, 202 the speed. And that is going to be second low of the round, second lowest DT we've seen. Melanie, he's going to still have top that 363 number, but Ken Cortuccio swung for it right there. Fell up just 0.02 of a second short. But a very stout run for Derek Ward going into the 60s.
Absolutely. So now we're going to move over to Menser Motorsports Pro Street presented by AFCO Racing. And this, Derek, is only a 4-car field. And our first pair out, Ty Casper, left side of the racetrack out of Westville, New Jersey. The 05 Mustang they call Sinatra for Victus Baseball Bats, Vibrant, ATI, Menser, Hoosier, and Clearview Filtration. He'll be up against the Hollyback Camaro of Bill Lutz out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. They call that machine Big Boost.
Yeah, we had open testing earlier on in the day, and I'll tell you, Bill Lutz made quite a few runs.
I do.
He hot-lapped that thing back to back to back, and they are fine at tuning. We're all tuned up on that race car.
But a side note to that, he made his best pass the last pass. So
did.
That's always a little confidence booster going into the shakedown run here this evening.
So Bill and Kenny, father and son duo out of Ohio. Bill recently retired out of the insurance business. Ty Casper, the young gun, 23 years old. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into that 2005 model Mustang you see on the left-hand side. A kid that we have seen over the last couple seasons make huge strides in his overall racing program.
And that's a family operation as well. Ty's dad and brother. That's his entire crew. Girlfriend, too, I believe. But
they work hard. There's no doubt about it.
That's a twin turbocharged Mustang, left side of the racetrack. Screw blower on the right-hand side. 2 different power adders here in our Menser Motorsports Pro Street category.
Bill Lutz is on a run. Watch the scoreboard. 4.001. 196 miles an hour for Big Boost Bill Lutz. Ty Casper coast on through at 5:15. Lutz's car trying to get back down there in the 3s. They have fought some gremlins this year. And more times than not, that car has showed up to a racetrack in an open trailer. In 2023, they've completely rewired the car at one point. There's been all kinds of different things they have done, and they are trying to find that sweet spot where it was at the end of last year.
Bill Riddle on the right-hand side, the Chevrolet Camaro for Corrigan Race Fuels. This thing has been on a string all season, Derek. I mean, he is he's looked better than we've ever seen him.
Dominance. It is just, that's the best way to describe what you see over there on the right side of the racetrack. And Bill Riddle has just absolutely dominated the category. And that's another family operation. They have made huge improvements in a short period of time.
And I know you were absent in Maryland, but old Tim Essick here, left side, the Brown Sugar Mustang out of Port Tobacco, he had him a weekend. He had catastrophic parts failure on more than one occasion. He had hurt a motor prior and got all that fixed up and ready to go before Maryland. Comes into Maryland, has just a rough weekend, we'll say. He had a lot of stuff go wrong in that Essick Motorsports Pro Charge UPR Atomizer 2018 Mustang. And that's not a common factor with him usually.
That Tim Essick, he is another guy that kind of dominated this category for so many seasons, and now Bill Riddle threw his name in the hat. Riddle's car moving around out there a little bit. He does a driving job. Look at the numbers, 396, 187 low here in the category for Bill Riddle, 412, 185 for Tim Essick. So that is a huge number out of Bill Riddle. You've got Lutz, Essick, and Casper all chasing the Corrigan Racing Fuel Chevrolet going into race day tomorrow.
So as we said, only 4 cars representing our Mincer Motorsports Pro Street. Now we're going to move into Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock, presented by AED Competition. And our first pair going through the water box, Jordan Insolin out of Lakeland, Florida, the Polk County Pro Stock 08 Mustang for PJP Construction, AED Competition Fuel Systems, EMW Outdoors, Mincer, CJW Solutions, and Harry Glass. Right-hand side, Elijah Morton out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, the Double Trouble 2019 Mustang. For South State Development, Horizons East Carolina Utilities, Allen Competition Engines, underneath the hood scoop, 830 cubic inches, and that Larry Jeffers built machine.
Your final call, please. Attention to the pits. Final call, Super Street, Elite Top Sportsman, and Elite Top Dragster. Those 3 categories. This is your final call. You need to be in the lanes if you're wanting to make this run. So Jordan Insolin, Elijah Morton. You've got the rookie of the category sitting there on the summit side. 27 years old, and you look across the racetrack, and there's Elijah Morton behind the wheel of his Ford at 65 years young. He is the veteran here in Extreme Pro Stock. Blue oval machines are in. Lights are down. They run through the gears. These naturally aspirated. Howard Ford's at 408, 175 miles an hour. Nice run this evening for Elijah Morton and his crew. Jordan's going to go 413.5, 174.98 the numbers. Down there on the summit side.
And it's hard to believe all day through testing, 413 was the lowest. And
I knew we were going to see some stout numbers, and it's all about, you know, getting that track temperature down. The overall outside temperature is decreased a lot. You got the sun off the racetrack, and I mean, it was a hot day.
Absolutely, and these
no doubt about
aspirated machines, obviously, atmospheric conditions play a huge role in.
Yeah, I mean, when it's hard for us to breathe out there, I mean, just think about, you know.
Yeah, but that's just when you and I walk up the stairs, you know.
Well, yeah, it doesn't help that I eat a case of donuts every week. But
that's okay. Our next pair, Stephen Boone, left side out of Weaverville, North Carolina, the Boone Motorsports 07 Cobalt, AED Competition Fuel Systems, another one of those Allen Competition engines, 825 cubic inches for Boone, in that Maxima oil machine. He's a past world champion. Another, or defending world champion on the right side, Johnny Placino out of Smithtown, New York. The Featherlight batteries, 2013 Mustang. Kelling Equipment, Ram clutches on board that hot rod. Kazi Power Plant, 830 cubic inches underneath of his hood scoop. Placino was a 632 world champ, a Pro Stock world champ. Stephen Boone, a past Pro Stock world champion as well.
All right, so Steve Boone brings his Chevy Cobalt into the pre-stage beam. Johnny pulls up alongside. We've seen a 408 number so far in the category. They are dead even at 60 foot, dead even at half track, and look at the numbers at the finish line. 4.101 to the 4.109. 8 thou difference between Steve Boone and Johnny Placino. Can't get much better than that. Very nice side-by-side drag race down the 660-foot race course this evening.
And as our next pair starts to pull through the water box, it's going to be Dave Hughes on the left side out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania, the HRE Manifolds 2018 Camaro. And Jeremy Huffman, who I feel like has been the story this season in Liberty's Gears Extreme Pro Stock. Huffman on the right side out of Catawba, North Carolina, the Patriot Axe throwing 2010 Cobalt for 3V Performance, AED Competition Fuel Systems, Mike Huffman Enterprises, line-to-line coatings, and Dellinger Fabrication. Jeremy, who I talked to in the pits earlier, said he tried to make one race a year on the PDRA Tour and decided this year he was going to run the full schedule.
You go from 1 to 9.
Well, you know,
yeah.
Finds himself in second place in the point standings right now. That
sounds like a pretty good decision he made. Yeah, no doubt about it. And Jeremy Huffman ran very well in testing here today. So Dave Hughes, burnout's complete. There's the HRE Manifold Camaro. Back to the starting line, left-hand side. Jeremy, as you talked about, where he is in the point standings, battling for a world championship. Less than a one round out of first place. And it has been a very, very good year in the Huffman camp. And I mean, halfway through the season, you're committed.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's no quitting now. So we're going to see Jeremy Huffman at all the other races this year.
Another thing about Jeremy, he ran really good in the heat of the day today.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah. We've seen a nice run. I think it was a 413 number, I believe. Yeah. I knew it was a low teen. All right, top bulbs are lit. Start to bring up the RPMs just a tick. A few more inches. And they're set. Lights are down. Look at the numbers down low for Jeremy. They're good. Top end, 4.089. Jeremy Huffman, 175 miles an hour in the Patriot Axe throwing Chevy. Really strong going into race day tomorrow. They're within a thou of Elijah Morton. He's low for the session right now. 423, 159. There for Dave Hughes, who shoved the clutch pedal in a little early.
So our final car here to utilize the shakedown session, that's Chris Powers out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, the Sonny's Racing Engines 2021 Camaro, ATI Performance Products, CR Powers, HVAC on board his machine. And Derek, we alluded to the points chase. Chris Powers, sitting on the starting line, is your current points leader at 1244. Okay, that's his points, not how many points he's accumulated. Huffman, number 2 at 1133. Elijah Morton is number 3 man in points at a 1057. And then Dylan Voss at 1032. So very tight.
Yeah, 4 drivers all well in contention for a championship. Of course, Chris, no stranger to being a champion here at the PDRA in this very category, just with a different car. 980 down low, watch the scoreboard. 4099, 175 miles an hour. Not a bad run. I think that was 3rd quickest of the session, and it was. Only 3 drivers to go 40 something. Elijah Morton, Jeremy Huffman, and Chris Powers just made his run at the top of the racetrack.
Now we move over to M&M Transmissions Pro 632. Our first pair out, Gary Hood on the right-hand side out of Severn, Maryland. The 63 split-window Corvette they call the Inspector. And Walter Lanigan Jr. left side, driving the Chris Holdorf-owned Black Flag Motorsports 2010 GTO for DeWitt Custom Concrete. Walter out of Pooler, Georgia.
There goes Walter. 51 going by the tree. Finish line stride for 29 there. 164 miles an hour for the DeWitt Custom Concrete Pontiac. Gary Hood trails at 452 in his split window Corvette tonight. And you look out there, what a beautiful sunset. Virginia's known for just stellar sunsets, and well, had one again right here this weekend.
It definitely doesn't disappoint here at Virginia Motorsports Park. And our next pair completing the burnout process, Brian Claus on the right-hand side out of Pasadena, Maryland. The Superior Speed and Customs 57 Bel Air Chevrolet. Nova Pools and Spa, M&M Transmission, and Nelson Competition Engines on board his machine. Jason Ventura left side out of Pompano Beach, Florida. The Gladiator X 1970 Camaro for Brand X High Performance. Renfro Mining and Grading, Amsoil, and HRE.
All right, Jason Ventura, Brian Claus. Our next pair up here at 632. 19. Jason, stellar run, 170 miles an hour for the Gladiator X Camaro. Brian goes 431 there, 165 the speed.
Two more heavy hitters in the category. Lexi Tanner, left side of the racetrack out of Rensselaer, Indiana. The 2015 Camaro owned by Andy Tanner. Talbot Manufacturing on board her machine powered by Oakley Motorsports. And Doug Nickel, the ground control property services 68 Camaro. Doug with the win this season. A couple #1 qualifiers. Looks like Lexi may be having some issues out there in her green machine. Starter Dwayne Lang helping push that hot rod back. So it doesn't appear that Lexi will make this shakedown run. It'll be a solo pass for Doug Nickel on the right side.
.108 down low. Doug Nickel 416.7. Going to be low for the round. 170 miles an hour for the ground control property service Chevrolet. Yeah, good stout run. By 0.03 of a second. That's going to be low so far in the category.
Top Dragster 32. Top Dragster 32. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster 32, we need you. Watch yourselves on the starting line as we're bringing out the tractor to clean up the racing surface a little bit where Lexi Tanner's machine leaked a little bit on the racetrack. So as you can see out there on the racing surface, just a little bit of cleanup and we'll be back underway here with our shakedown runs. If you're watching tonight on FloRacing and you have the ability, make your way out here to Virginia Motorsports Park tomorrow, as it's going to be a full day of entertainment. On track, 3 concerts, off track. All sorts of good stuff here tomorrow. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster 32, you should be making your way to the staging lanes if you're not already there. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster 32, you should be making your way to the staging lanes.
Hey, Flow Racing fans! Wouldn't it be awesome if you could interact with live drag racing right from your smartphone? Winlight Bets is the all-new free-to-play game that's revolutionizing how fans engage with on-track action. Show what you know by picking the winner of head-to-head matchups, where every race is a new chance to win. Watch your name climb the leaderboard and win real cash and prizes for being a top points earner. Getting started is easy. Search Winlight on the App Store or scan the QR. Join the fun. Start playing Winlight Bets today.
Jeff Melnick and Amber Franklin head to the water box. Jeff on the left side out of Hubbard, Ohio, the Greenbrier Excavating 2020 Camaro. Barry Allen Race Engines, PTP Racing, Visner Engine Development, Exotic Fab, Mickey Thompson Machine. That's AMC Power on the left side of the racetrack. And Amber Franklin out of Fredericksburg, Virginia on the right-hand side. The OG Jungle Rat 69 Camaro for Red Lion Oil, Pat Musey Race Engines, Franklin Electric, and SmartCom Home Technologies. The very machine that she drives, her father, I believe, won a Pro Nitrous World Championship in. 2 of them, I've been informed. These two have been battling it out pretty much all season on the PDRA Tour. So final pair here in M&M Transmissions Pro 632. Melnick left side, Franklin on the right.
Yeah, we've seen Jeff Melnick, I believe, go 4:15 earlier in the heat of the day. 960 down low, 423. Melnick lifted 145 miles an hour as Amber Franklin goes 418.7 at 169. So Doug Nickel stayed low for the round with that 416 in elapsed time that we've seen early on in the category.
Now we'll move over to AFCO Racing Super Street, presented by Mincer Motorsports. And you see the steamroller tires that most of our other categories use? That is not the case here in Super Street. The tiny tired machine. Paul Curry on the left-hand side. ProCharge Chevrolet Nova, and Matt Shallow on the right side out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. 1320 Fab. Virginia Speed and Lou's Lawn Service on that 2000 model Camaro.
So Matt Shallow, Paul Curry. A little pedal fest out there for Paul trying to get his Nova to recover. 535, 145 down the summit side. Matt's going to run here at 502 at a $149.
Final call for Top Dragster 32. Final call for Top Dragster 32. Pro Juniors to 5 and 6. Top Juniors to 7 and 8. Pro Juniors 5 and 6. Top Juniors 7 and 8. Our final pair here in AFCO Racing Super Street. Wes Irvin on the left-hand side out of Hurlock, Maryland. The Hoosier Tire 88 S10 and Blake Denton, current points leader, on the right-hand side out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, the 76 Camaro.
How about old Blake Denton over there? 474 for Blake. 153 the speed for the Fredericksburg Camaro. Wes Irvin going to go 515 at 142. That is a monster number out of Blake Denton's Chevy tonight.
So now we're going to move into McNafuel Elite Top Sportsman presented by Par Racing Engines. In our first pair out, Tommy Brown on the right-hand side. The Brown Line Construction 2018 Camaro. And Buddy Perkinson on the left-hand side. The LAT Racing Oil 69 Camaro. UC powered. Perkinson Construction on board his machine. 3-second bracket cars here on the starting line of ProStars, Virginia Motorsports Park.
So Buddy Perkinson, Tommy Brown, their Camaros out of the gate. Candles lit for both. Top end, 380. For Buddy P, 198 the speed, 394. Brown trails at 184. The Brown Line Construction, bow tie here tonight.
Final call for Top Dragster 32. Final call for Top Dragster 32. Top and Pro Juniors, you should be on your way if you're not already in the staging lanes for your shakedown run. Top and Pro Juniors, you should be in the staging lanes or on the way if you're not already there. Tim Lawrence, right-hand side of the racetrack, the Chevrolet Camaro. And Cheyenne Stanley, left side out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 08 Mustang for Parker Paving. Turbocharged Mustang here, left side.
Tim Lawrence having trouble keeping that Camaro running over there on the far side. Cheyenne Stanley's Mustang lights the bottom bulb. Tree drops. Here we go. Yeah, some smoke out of Cheyenne Stanley at 398, 171. So our trackside spotters will run out there and check out the summit lane real quick. 399, 183 for Tim. Just want to make sure that lane is A-OK.
All right, so we are going to take just a moment and check the entire racing surface, as where our track spotter just checked was okay, but we want to make sure that the racing surface is good to go. Top and Pro Juniors, you should be in the staging lanes. Top and Pro Juniors, you should be in the lanes. All right, we do have some fluid out on the racing surface, so it'll be just a little bit while we clean it up and get it ready to go.
U.S. Construction, located in Providence, North Carolina, specializes in pre-engineered metal building erection. They have more than 25 years of experience and have experience with buildings up to, but not limited to, 1 million square feet. W.S. Construction has jobs that are located all over the U.S. and take pride in efficiently providing safe and quality erection services to their customers. Satisfied customers include Microsoft, Jack Daniels, Airbus, Bullet, and Rockwool. W.S. Construction, the performance team. Visit wsconstruction.com for more.
At Classic Graphics, we are a one-stop shop for all your silk screening and embroidery needs. We've been a leader in the motorsports industry since the mid-'80s, producing everything in-house at our Southern California location. Our facility can print up to 1,000 shirts an hour, and our 3 large embroidery machines.
We are still in the pits here at the PDRA ProStars event, and we're at the ProStars event, but we've got all-stars here. We've got actual top fuel drivers here at a PDRA race. If you guys watch it on FloRacing have never seen anything like this, hold on to your hats, you're on for a ride. And we've got Scott Palmer. I like to call you the people's champ, one of the fan favorites. Let us know, what the heck are you doing here?
Man, we're just come down here to show off. We love the Virginia Motorsports Park and the Franklin family and Tyler and everybody that works here. And they're not having an NHRA national event this year, so we decided to make our own little mini national event.
Now you've got something special going on. You're going to be making some runs. We've got Larry Dixon, some other great names that are bringing some added bonus to the show, but we've got to talk about what's going on tonight. Ricky Smith is popping in your Top Fuel dragster. How did this come about?
Well, Ricky helped me all last winter before the World Series of Pro Mod with my Corvette, which, you know, honestly, we went down there. I've got a clutch car, and I'm just down there raising hell and letting the clutch out, swapping feet, and just doing my thing. And I told him, I said, I want this thing to wheelie. I want it to carry the wheels to about half track. And he helped me set the car up, knowing that it was not going to make him look good, for sure. I'm just, because, you know, I realized I probably wasn't going to win that race, but, you know, I think I got invited for a different reason, and that was because of the stupid stuff that we do. But, you know, in casual conversation, Top Fuel Racing came up, and he said, well, I wonder what that would feel like to stab the gas in one of those. So I told him I was going to make that happen, and I am.
And what a place to make this happen at Virginia Motorsports Park. It has to feel so cool. You're one of the few that actually goes and tries different things and shakes the sugar tree. How important is that to you? And like I said, you're the people's champ for that.
Well, honestly, that's how I got where I'm at. I painted cars in my garage my whole life, so everything you see here happened because of the people I've met, and usually it's because I did something crazy that someone else wanted to be part of it. So if, some of the people that helped me, they live their crazy side through the things we do on this team.
And I love it. I think it resonates with the fans, and the FloRacing fans are getting an introduction to you and all the things that you do. So good luck this weekend, and thank you so much for bringing your circus here to the PDRA.
Yeah, we love it, and Ricky Smith, he's always been a hero of mine, so this is going to be special. Flames coming out of the headers and Ricky Smith driving. If you don't think hell could freeze over, it might do it tonight.
I think it has, and you'll see it here on FloRacing. Good luck, Scott.
Thank you.
The most comprehensive line of performance piston rings available. Our new M2 Tool steel top rings were designed to improve and protect extreme turbocharged, flow, and nitrous engines. And M2 piston rings are available in conventional gas styles, as well as our new transporter design. Total Seal makes more than gapless rings. We've also released our new Electronic Flatline 2.0 millimeter steel ring, which offers significant improvements in power and durability. Less friction and less weight. These advanced profile rings also come in our new transporter design, valued at a price anyone can afford. The Total Seal diamond finish rings come as thin as 0.6 millimeter, with oil ring tensions as low as 2 pounds from max 7, naturally aspirated and moderately boosted application. Total Seal has also expanded its line of engine assembly tools to include 2 and 5 degree tapered ring compressors, leak down testers, and our new power ring filler, all made in-house in Phoenix, Arizona. We also offer a complete line of Pennsylvania-grade assembly moves and break-in oils. Total Seal has you covered from mild to wild, street to strip, NA to blow. Any engine, any size, any budget. Total Seal has a ring for it. Check out our website, www.totalseal.com, for more information. Red Line Oil, born in a lab and tested on tracks around the world. You can push it to the limit. We'll protect it. Visit redlineoil.com to find a dealer near you. Welcome to Corbin's RV. We're a small, locally owned business here to serve all your automotive and motorhome needs in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Our facility is a full-service automotive truck and RV service garage. We have a variety of parts and supplies available here on site, so please come by our pit for your RV repair needs. Comcast has the parts to make big horsepower on the strip and the street. Each
Courtney Enders here, PDRA ProStars at Virginia Motorsports Park, and there is an abundance of actual stars here. Listen, at PDRA, we come here, this is a racers organization, but we have some special treats this weekend. 9-year-old Courtney Enders would be very honored for this interview right now. We have got Larry Dixon, one of the most incredible ambassadors of the sport. Let us know what you're doing here at VMP.
Getting to make some noise. Excited about doing it. One, because I haven't been to this track. I think 2009 was the last time that I got to be here. And then racing the top fuel car in the States, which I haven't done in probably 2.5, 3 years. So it's a big weekend for me.
It is. Now we've got a PDRA pool here. You're a big star, but we're going to talk about your up-and-coming star. Will Smith, the director of marketing for the PDRA, which you're watching here on FloRacing, has been running top fuel car for you. And how cool is that to be a part of that next generation?
Yeah, I guess I'm dating myself, right? I'm getting old enough.
I think I might have just dated you.
Did we? No. But it's neat because it makes me think about when I was a kid, looking up to guys like Don Perdome and stuff like that. And Will, he pulled out a picture of me when I'm driving the Miller Lite car, and he's got a picture and all that kind of stuff. And then here, being with him, helping him get licensed, him running races, and kind of helping him getting going, and trying to get out to the big show. So we're having a lot of fun. Been teasing everybody, saying I'm going to sort the car out for him, so the next time he gets in the car at the NHRA race, we'll have a better horse for him to ride.
That is amazing. We are so glad to have you here. We're going to be talking to you after at the top end, after your hits and stuff. But thank you so much for bringing everything that you have here to the PDRA ProStars.
No, I really enjoy this and getting a chance to stand on the gas at your guys' event. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Larry.
Hoosier offers a vast selection of tires for all motorsports needs. So whether you're a weekend warrior or a professional driver, Hoosier has you covered. Also, check out our all-new apparel line at HoosierTire.com. Be the envy of all your friends on and off the track in your new Hoosier tee, hat, or hoodie. To find your nearest authorized Hoosier distributor, visit our website, HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire. Tires designed for champions.
So cleanup is complete. Driver suiting back up. And we're going to return to racing action once again here tonight. The category of top sportsman Scott-wide, Brian LaFlamme. We first pair of drivers back out. All right, so drivers, if you are in the staging lanes, underneath the tower, so forth, go and suit back up. We are ready to go. All right, so coming into the water box is that 63 split window Corvette of Scott Weiss. Take a look out there across the racetrack. Beautiful. Yellow, purple, 67 Ford Mustang. Ryan LaFlamme coming back to the starting line. All right, so the top bulb is lit for Brian. Scott pulls up now. First pair back underway. You're the category of elite top sportsman set to go. Nice side-by-side drag race, top of the racetrack. The scoreboard's going to show 385.6 for Brian tonight. Scott trails at 3.915, 189 the speed. Good run on both of those race cars. We talked about a lot of 3-second players here in Elite Top Sportsman. You've seen 2 of them right there. And now brings up 2 more.
Henry Underwood on the left-hand side out of Quinton, Virginia, the 63 split-window Corvette for Underwood Flooring. And Donnie Urban out of Selma, North Carolina, the Nesbitt Performance 69 Camaro for Cohen Engineering House of Payne.
So Donnie Urban has that Nesbitt-powered Chevrolet. Blue machine is in and ready. Tree fires. There they go. Donnie Urban to the top end tonight at 3.887. 190 miles an hour. Henry Underwood at 397, 186. With his Corvette. Now we'll go right into Elite Top Dragster.
Yeah, Larice Motorsports Insurance Elite Top Dragster. Russ Whitlock on the left-hand side out of Moxville, North Carolina. The Sunrise Tire and Auto 08 Race Tech and Marty Jones Jr. On the right-hand side out of Toms River, New Jersey, the Deadpool 07 Spitzer. Ken Moses race transmissions on boards Jones machine on the right side. Tree fires and here we go. Double 01 reaction time for Whitlock left side. 395.9 to the 405.7 of Jones. Kyle Harris on the right-hand side out of Beaufort, Ontario, Canada. The Mountain Tire 32 Austin for Atchison Machine Service, 00 Permits, Hartman Machine Works, and Harquip. Multi-time world champion backing up on the left side of the racetrack out of Harrisburg, North Carolina. The Red Rocket 2013 American chassis of Steve Furr. Hoosier Tires, Wright Trailers, VP Race Fuels, Par Racing Engines, American Race Cars, and House of Payne Performance. Our shakedown runs for the Larice Motorsports Insurance Elite Top Dragster category. Steve Furr, Kyle Harris. Both these drivers winners on the 2023 PDRA Tour. To the top end they go. Harris going to get their first 387.1 at 186 miles per hour. Steve Furr 391.7 at 184. So Harris the quickest so far. That'll bring up Team Race Tech on the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Kellen Farmer behind the wheel out of Graham, North Carolina. FTI Engineering, Strange Engineering on board his machine. And Alan O'Brien, the West Virginia-based 2011 Race Tech for Greenbrier Excavating, Barry Allen Race Engines, Mickey Thompson Tires. O'Brien's machine AMC powered, turbocharged. Top Alcohol Dragster, we need you to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Top Alcohol Dragster, we need you to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. .381.3 for Kellen Farmer. Alan O'Brien, a 4:32 at only 128, having some issues there, but Kellen Farmer now the fastest in the shakedown run with that 381.3. Defending world champion right side, Larry Roberts out of Lawrence, South Carolina. The Roberts Equipment and Repair 2016 Race Tech powered machine. And Tom Martino left side out of Youngstown, Ohio. Lucas Oil 22 Maddox chassis. Salt Life, Mickey Thompson, NGK, K&N, Sonic, Strange, you name it, he has it on this machine. Left side of the racetrack. Win light shines on Roberts' side as he gets there first with that 387.7, 187 miles per hour. Martino 397 at 184. Now we make the jump to MagnaFuel Top Sportsman 32, presented by Corbin's RV. Vince for Kate, senior left side out of Mount Airy, Maryland. The ATI Performance Products 2015 Camaro for Cefelli Racing. And Mark Reese out of North Dinwiddie, Virginia. The 2014 Mustang will be on the right side. If you're in the staging lanes, please tighten them up in the staging lanes. Pull down towards the head of the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster, we need you to staging lanes 5 and 6. Tree fires, and here we go. For Kate with the better reaction time. 442 with the 5 at 158. 487.7 for Mark Reese. Robbie Crenshaw on the right-hand side out of North Chesterfield, Virginia. The 89 Cutlass for affordable transmissions. And Mark Payne left side out of Waynesboro, Virginia. The House of Payne Performance 06 Cavalier. Mickey Thompson, Holly, FTI, Rogers Automotive, JA Competition, and Moser Engineering. On board that LS-powered 06 Cavalier. 007 red light for Payne. He'll go through at a 420 with the 2 at 172. Robbie Crenshaw, 432 at 164. Joe Robachek out of Niceville, Florida on the right side. The 68 Camaro called Chief. And Rodney Pryor. Rodney out of Henrico, Virginia, the Black Ice 02 Camaro. Tony's High Performance on board that machine, as well as Iceman Racing, Par Racing Engines, FTI, House of Paint, and Robert Hayes Motorsports. To the top in they go. Robachek with a 428. Rodney Pryor thunders through at a 462. Al Davidowski up next on the right-hand side out of Columbus, New Jersey, the 2010 GXP, and Ronnie Proctor left side out of Hedgeville, West Virginia, the 09 Mustang for Albert Racing Engines, Sonic Skiers Roadrunner, Hoosier Tires, Abruzzi, and Linex of Frederick. Ronnie, past world champion across many platforms. And his wife Karen campaigning that machine. Top Alcohol Dragster looking for you in staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Top Alcohol Dragster, we're looking for you in staging lanes 5 and 6, please. .430 with the 2 for Proctor. 426.6 for David Alski. Larice Motorsports Insurance, top dragster 32, Lucas Salemi, left side. Clarence Center, New York, the 07 S&W chassis, and Nicole Zuccarelli on the right-hand side at Falls Church, Virginia, the 2021 Ken's Custom Chassis machine. Lucas tattoos the tree with a 007, 453.1 at 154. Nicole 027 going by the tree, 465 at 148. Patrick McMath on the right-hand side out of Chesapeake, Virginia, the WL Black & Associates 2017 Race Tech. 660 race car technologies, affordable transmissions, and 3 Guns Customs on board his machine. And Tisha Wilson, defending world champion left side. Out of Salisbury, North Carolina, the Tony Wilson Hauling 2018 Race Tech. For residential concrete services, Finney Builders, Gary's Golf Cart, CNC Chemical, and Wilkins Race Engines. $12 to a 17 on reaction times. 4:46.8 for Tisha at 155. Patrick goes to 4:40 with the 2 at 158. Nick Maloney and T.G. Paschal next up. T.G. on the right side. The Dean's Performance 2012 Race Tech for Wright Trailers. Nick Maloney left side of the racetrack out of Brentwood, New Hampshire. The TT Motorsports 2016 Dan Page chassis for Nesbitt Performance and Pit Stop Auto and Truck. Nick's 13 red, 428 at 161. TG goes a 435 at 153. Shannon Roberts on the right-hand side out of Greenville, South Carolina. The Roberts Equipment and Repair 2010 Race Tech. Power plant between the frame rails of that machine. Shannon 27 going by the tree, goes a 424 at 154 miles per hour. Classic Graphics top junior dragster takes to the racetrack next. Aiden Tillman on the left-hand side out of Henrico, Virginia. The Super Slots Hobbies 22 Mike Boss chassis for Hubble Motorsports. And Carter Jackson on the right-hand side out of Powhatan, Virginia. The S&S Electrical Solutions 2020 Mike Boss. .890 with an 8 for Carter Jackson, 72 miles an hour. Aiden Tillman goes through at a 894.1, 73. Rowan Parlett on the right-hand side, past world champion out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. The Computech 2015 half scale for racer websites, Caruso Racing, VP, NGK, and Nick Woods Racing Engines. Donald O'Mare III, left side out of Clayton, North Carolina, the Lucky Duck. 21 Mike Boss chassis for Birch Brothers. First Heritage in Seville Masonry. .889 Ford to a .893. 003 red light for Rowan. 013 red for Donald. Gavin Wood up next on the left-hand side out of Chesapeake, Virginia. The affordable transmission, 660 race car technology, BHM Racing, 22 Mike Boss chassis. And Wyatt Stanley on the right-hand side, the Parker Paving 2014 half scale. Wood with an 0:39 reaction time. Stanley with an 0:44. 9:01 for Gavin Wood at 72 miles an hour. 9:03 for Stanley. TJ Harvey on the right-hand side out of Burlington, North Carolina, the CK Motorsports 2017 Mike Boss chassis. And Mackenzie Hogan out of Dudley, North Carolina on the left-hand side, the Hogan Motorsports 23 Mike Boss for Shaw RV, O'Mare Realty, Professional Staffing Solutions, and AMSOIL. .024 light for McKenzie, and that's the better of the two. 8:42.0 at 78 miles per hour. 8:91.8 for TJ at 72. Cool Shirt Systems Pro Junior Dragsters presented by Philadelphia Racing Products. Up next, they run on a 790 index. You can see it there on the scoreboard. First up, Zach Shirkey on the left side out of Ridgely, Maryland, and Isaac Marine 21 half scale. And Danica Miles on the right-hand side out of Elgin, South Carolina, the Applied Imaging 2019 half scale. L&W transmission, Street ET to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Street ET to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Shirkey with a 799. Danica just a little bit too quick, 787.6. Caitlin Page up next on the left-hand side out of Forest, Virginia, the 23 Mike Boss chassis, and Braden Davis out of Douglas, Georgia, the 2018 Mike Boss for Davis Transport and Shotgun Graphics. How about Caitlin Page, 7.908. Braden Davis goes 8 flat. Alyssa Rabin on the left side out of Florence, South Carolina. The Pink Bullet 2010 half scale for Wright Trailers, Hubbard Heating, FTI, NGK. And Chris Suppers out of Manassas, Virginia, right-hand side. Teats Excavating, FTI, Daytona, Redline Synthetic Oil. And that 2022 half scale, your defending world champion there on the right side of the racetrack. Chris Suppers tattoos the treat, 008. Goes through a little bit too quick, though. 786.2 to Alyssa Ravens, 786.2. Ava Maloney on the right-hand side out of Brentwood, New Hampshire. The 2019 Mike Boss for TT Motorsports and Pit Stop Auto and Truck. Left side, Ashley Franklin out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. The Franklin Electric SmartCom Home Technologies. Who's Your Racing Tire 2020 half scale.
All right, Ashley Franklin, Ava Maloney, battle between the ladies tonight. Top end they go, and look at the numbers. 790 with the 3 for Ava Maloney, the TT Motorsports entry at over 82 miles an hour. Ashley's going to run 794 here. Those drivers were looking for a 790 number. Ava, well, right there going into race day tomorrow. So that'll end out both of our junior dragster categories. Coming up next, we're going to roll into top alcohol dragster. Round number 1 of qualifying. So these drivers is a invitation only, running for $10,000 here tomorrow under the lights at Virginia Motorsports Park. They chip drew earlier today to determine matchups here in qualifying. So John Osherman will bring his Nitro burning machine to life. The nuclear missile. Name of the race car. Mondin chassis coming out of Pennsylvania. Will be our first driver to take on the racetrack tonight in Q1 for Top Alcohol Dragster. You'll see most of the tap alcohol machines, a very short burnout. Just enough to clean the tire off. They'll back up to the starting line. Of course, for NGK spark plugs and JC Auto Glass. Lineck to Frederick. John Osherman, first driver, trying to go A to B here in Q1 tonight. We've seen stellar testing out of almost every single car here in this category in the heat of the day. The numbers that we were seeing earlier was 530s at over 270 miles an hour. Obviously the sun's down, track temperature has decreased significantly, but the humidity is still up there. Pretty muggy out. And now candles are lit. Osherman's going to push towards the center line stripe, and it's going to be 5:45, 260 miles an hour for John Osherman. Doing a little driving job out there in the atomizer lane. Overall, a clean run. He was 980 down low. It's 250 to the 330-foot mark and 362 to half track at over 219 miles per hour. So John Osherman, A to B, solid run. And two more drivers will roll to the water box to battle it out in just a moment. So you look at the young lady on the Summit side, Megan Smith. You think back quite a few years ago, Rhonda Hartman Smith, John Smith, that family, they started their careers, of course, alcohol and Top Fuel. Now their daughter Megan doing the driving duties with that Murph McKinney-built race car on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The graphic designer out of South Carolina. Kind of cool, following the family's footsteps. So you'll see the difference here. The car on the left side for Megan Smith fires up first. That is the injected nitro burning combination. And Hartman Enterprises on board as they push her to the water box. And Mike Hepp alongside with the supercharged Levittown, Pennsylvania-based entry. Normally you'll see the teams fire up at two different times, especially when they are running the different combos as we talked about. The car builds the heat more quickly than the other, so they have that little bit staggered start. So the team will back Megan up the tracks that she just laid down. They'll make their few and final adjustments there on the left-hand side. Mike covered Alki. That's a good name for the car, not? Okay. Ada Addiction Treatment, eBay Motors, DMP Awnings. 57-year-old coming out of Pennsylvania. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. He's going to bring it up on high rev and roll it on in. Megan set. Tree drops. They're out and away. Side by side as one starts to fade away after half track. Look at the numbers. Megan Smith, 539, 263 the speed. At 559, 256. Mike, he started to fade away, coming up on the 1,000-foot mark. And Megan Smith goes to the number one qualifying spot with at 5:39 elapsed time. Young lady right down Broadway, A to B, and the Summit side scoreboard lights up. Question is, how low can you go? And two more drivers going to take on the 1320 here at Virginia Motorsports Park this evening. soon as we get that pair off the top end and we get the green lights, we'll bring 2 more top alcohol machines to life. Sarah Allen waiting back here patiently. Corey McCallick, team out of Ohio. They have a manufacturing business in a town just east of Columbus in Newark. Family-owned operation there. Fun That Flip, a sponsor that came on board just a few seasons ago. Of course, React 104. And if you've seen the videos that's kind of been produced, came across our PDRA social media pages in the last year or so. Really cool pieces that they've created at a React 104. Working a lot for Ron Capps, Steve Torrance, a few other big names on the NHRA National Event Tour. Corey's been in the video business for quite a few years and decided to go out on his own, doing quite well with it. The Allen Speed and Machine Shop, Jacksonville, Florida-based. 20-year-old Sarah Allen. Think about this, being 20 and going 5:30s at over 270 miles per hour in the quarter mile. What a ride. Corey and Kyle McCallick, the atomizer lane. Nitro burners here. You want to go to number 1, you got to be quicker. Blue 5:30s. 2 top teams are going to be side by side here on the starting line. Ready, set, go. Corey strikes a tire very early on in the run. Sarah Allen to the top of the racetrack. It's going to be a 5:62 elapsed time, 246 the speed. For Sarah, Corey, unfortunately, knocked the tire off right at the head, coast on down at 15:22, the Fun That Flip Spitzer-built race car. They'll go back to the drawing board and come back at it tomorrow. I can guarantee you, they went down to 1,320 feet here under full power. That would have been a big run out of Corey, Kyle, and their entire crew. One of the quicker cars in the category, without a doubt. We've talked about these top-tier teams. You're looking at 2 of them sitting back here at the water box right now. Dan Dietrich and Brandon Greco. 2 blower cars out of D1 going head-to-head, Maryland and Pennsylvania. Should be a good little matchup. The Titan Crane and Light X, Tito's Handmade Vodka. Noonan Racing Engineering. Dan Dietrich. Certainly a veteran here in top alcohol drag racing. And Brandon Greco, no slouch whatsoever. For Greco's Automotive, the family business, back there in Roscoe, Pennsylvania. Brings his race car to life for the atomizer lane. There you see the supercharged machines. They're going to do a little bit longer of a burnout than the injected nitro burners. Brandon throws in reverse, comes back to the starting line, right-hand side. Dan Dietrich's team out in front of that C&E built dragster. The racetrack has been really, really good. I've had teams come up and say, I don't know what you guys are doing, but your prep is fantastic. Just don't prep it again. Let it go for a little bit. They're bringing the race cars around to the racetrack. So it's a very fine line on the tune-up. You need a little bit of wheel speed to get these things going. Too little of wheel speed, well, you're going to shake the tire. Too much wheel speed, you're going to shake the tire. It's easier said than done. Dietrich and Greco, pre-stage and stage bulbs are lit. Here we go to the top of the racetrack. What a side-by-side drag race we could have. It's 5:39 to the quicker 5:38.6, 265 mile per hour charge at a Dan Dietrich down the summit side. How about that? Two supercharged machines at over 260 plus mile per hour and going both in that 530 range. Very nice side-by-side drag race. Dan was way late at the starting line. That does not matter as it is only qualifying. But Brandon Greco, that tree dropped. He left first. Did his job as a driver. Gets it to the other end at 5:39.5, 268.97. So we have brought you top alcohol dragster opening round of qualifying. And now it is time for a little top fuel action. We've seen Scott Palmer come out earlier. Now, Scott Palmer's car back up, but Ricky Smith behind the wheel. How cool is this? A guy that has done so many different things throughout his career decided, you know what? I want to try out a top fuel car. What better time to do it than right here at Virginia Motorsports Park on the ProStars weekend? In one of the coolest race cars on the property. Last call for the Hot Rod Grill. If you want to grab yourself something to eat, well, wait a minute. Watch Ricky and maybe stop over there. But this is something that is definitely going to go down in the history books. Scott Palmer, one of the fan favorites in top fuel racing, says, man, I got an open seat. Come on over, jump in this thing, and see how you fare. We talked about it earlier on in the night that Ricky Smith, of course, has been driving these nitrous-fed pro-modified machines for so many years. He's done NHRA Pro Stock, IHRA Pro Stock, mountain motor racing, and everything with doors on it. Of course, Ricky's son, Matt, Pro Stock motorcycle rider, jumps behind the wheel of a Super Comp car from time to time. But Dad, well, he's never been behind the wheel of anything with nitro in it. I can assure you, if that thing hooks to the racetrack, and Ricky, I don't see him lifting too soon. If this is his one chance, he's going to make the best of it, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's been talked about all over social media. This is the moment everybody's been waiting for right here. Ricky Smith behind the wheel of a top fuel dragster at Virginia Motorsports Park. Crew members making their final adjustments on the hot rod before they fire it off.
Of course, Scott brought 2 cars with him this weekend. The PBR machine that you see they brought out for a photo op and made the run earlier on that shakedown. And this is the other car they had in the camp. A guy that's been around this sport for so many years, gets in and out of these race cars almost on a weekly basis. Not too much would probably give you butterflies, but I can tell you right now, Ricky Smith is jacked up.
I'm sure.
He's excited. Here comes the best part. Well, the burnout's complete. And I can tell you, he looked like a natural. So he's going to get in reverse here in just a moment. Comes back to the starting line. Something that's going to go viral on social media. You know, it's been talked up a lot coming into this weekend. But now's the time that, well, it's really going to happen. Not many people get the chance to drive top fuel cars. If you can check that off your bucket list, that's way cool. Some people get the opportunity to get a ride at them, especially if you take a ride with Larry Dixon. What's better than taking a ride in it? Driving one yourself. I'm telling you, everything that I'm seeing, it looks smooth. Ricky's quite the wheelman. And it's just so different. The whole startup, the burnout, the starting line procedure is very different than a pro mod. But Ricky's handling it well. He'll come up to the pre-stage beam here in just a moment. Turn that thing loose. Candles are lit. Look at Ricky Smith. He took it all the way to the 330-foot mark and a little bit more. 464, 170 miles an hour. He was 898 in the first 60 feet, 227 to half track, and Ricky clicks it off. That was a hell of a run right there for the old man. Put your hands together. Ricky Smith handled like a champ out there. Congratulations. And cool deal. Scott Palmer of the team, they gave him a good race car. Without a doubt, and it would have went even further.
I'm telling you right now, I would love to be on the top end right now to see the smile on that man's face.
Hopefully
they
get a good interview out of that down there, because a very special moment for Ricky Smith. And he'll go back to the pit area, probably smiling ear to ear. He'll go to bed tonight with a smile on his face. There's no doubt about it. He'll wake up tomorrow morning, probably still smiling as well. Now it's time for Robin Stanball. Little nostalgia, funny car action. The Generation X 1974 Vega.
Robin out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, the Generation X 74 Vega for New Generation Racing and Jeffrey's Fab Farm.
And what's cool about this is Robin Stanball. That is a Keith Black Hemming with a 3-speed Linko. So Robin not only does, she's got this little tiny steering wheel she's trying to hold on to, she's got to shift gears in this thing.
With her brother Matt out in front of the car. Their father, of course, Rick Stamball.
Looking out there, and I see Dom Lagana down there. That is way cool. There's all kinds of really neat things that are happening here tonight. And day number 1 of the Summit Racing Equipment PDRA ProStars. And we talk about top fuel greats and families and drivers that have just done a whole lot of things over their career, especially in the Nitro ranks, the Lagana family. And they have made so much history. Cool to see Dom in the house with us here tonight. Watching Robin Stamball do her thing. She'll back up the Generation X Vega. So I believe, yep, this is it. Robin Stamball is going to end the night out. Or we got Street ET. Sorry about that. Sorry to our street folks. That's my bad. You know what? If I'm going to screw, I normally screw up at least once, times 10 a day. But Robin Stamball, pre-stage ball was lit. Little funny car action for you. Clean run there for Robin. She clicks it off early, 7:10 at 152. And that was just a shakedown run. She came up earlier, talked to Scotty I in the tower. And she's like, I'm going to wait till just about the end of the night. I want to go out and make an easy run, make sure the car's ready to go tomorrow. And we'll get after it in a little match racing action.
They said they had some parts failure last time out and wanted to come out here and make sure everything was good to go. Looks like it. So we'll see them tomorrow afternoon here.
And that'll be a best 2 out of 3 match race.
Yes, it will.
So.
Semi-final round on our L&W Transmission Street ET. Dale Farkas left side, dials in out of 1387. Ford Fairlane right side of the racetrack, 1305. $13.84 to a $13.05 semifinal round. L&W Street, or I'm sorry, L&W Transmission Street ET. To the top end they go. Farkas, you can see him on the brakes, and he'll take the win light. 1391 on the 1384, losing effort. 1319 on the 1305. Chevrolet Camaro left side, 1470 the Dow. Ford Mustang on the right-hand side of the racetrack, 1320.
Yeah, 006 to a 70, and the win light's going to come on there on the right-hand side. The Mustang, 1324, takes 10th thou at the finish line. Be moving on. We'll bring our street category right back around, run our finals, and that will conclude tonight. And here in just a second, we will give you the rundown for tomorrow's schedule as we move in, of course, to our final eliminations on our main event Saturday here at the Summit of Racing Equipment, PDRA ProStars. All right, so it looks like tomorrow we have a driver's meeting at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. driver's meeting. And don't forget, we will have Godspeed Ministries chapel service at 9 a.m. in Suite 204 and 205, I believe. Here in Race Control, second floor of the tower. It's a non-denominational chapel service by Godspeed Ministries. All are welcome to attend that. We'll roll into our driver's meeting at 9:30, and then we have a 10 a.m. start time with our Super 64 shootout. That'll be their first time run, and then we'll pretty much roll right into our professional categories with Pro Nitros, Pro Boost, Pro Street, so forth and so on. As we work through that schedule, it is posted on PDRA660.com, our social media pages, if you are looking for a copy of that schedule. But we are kicking things off tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. for the drivers, 10 a.m. on track time. And we will hopefully wrap things up with a Chase Matthews concert tomorrow night around 10 o'clock. We have fireworks as well, jet cars, wheel standers, you name it. It's all happening tomorrow, all day long, right here at Virginia Motorsports Park.
L&W Transmission, Street ET, we need you right back to the staging lanes, please. Street ET, we need you right back to the staging lanes, please.
Hey, Flow Racing fans! Wouldn't it be awesome if you could interact with live drag racing right from your smartphone? Winlight Bets is the all-new free-to-play game that's revolutionizing how fans engage with on-track action. Show what you know by picking the winner of head-to-head matchups, where every race is a new chance to win. Watch your name climb the leaderboard and win real cash and prizes for being a top points earner. Getting started is easy. Search Winlight on the App Store or scan the QR. Join the fun. Start playing Winlight Bets today.
Final round, L&W Transmission Street ET on the starting line. 1384, the dial-in for Dale Farkas, left side Camaro. Gina Burke on the right-hand side. The Mustang dials in out of 1324. To the top, in they go. Winlight goes to Farkas. 1385 on the 84. Jenna goes dead too, but was dead late at the starting line, and that's going to conclude tonight's racing activities. We appreciate you coming out and spending your Friday night with us here at Virginia Motorsports Park and the Summit Racing ProStars. Make sure you're here tomorrow for all the festivities. On-track action starts at 10 a.m.